All right. YouTube should be live. All right, yeah, YouTube's live at the moment. So for YouTube, let me rehash what our plan for the day is. It is to assess and possibly optimize 3 more of the queries that we were working on yesterday, the ones that could have a potential for join explosions, because we're joining like way too much on way too many things. After that, we have some errors in the Postgres log that I think we need to check out. They could be old, they could be stale. I just need to double check it. And then beyond that, we should look for other bugs and issues to fix. We've got some kind of like set here, right? So make sure a user can still log out when presented with the first team modal, right? What if they logged into the wrong account or something? I think open graph tags and images are done. And then the next big feature I want to work on is onboarding/education. We're going to create like a checklist of things to do, right? And in doing that, maybe we end up solving the user can still log out when presented with the first team modal thing. I don't know. But basically, we want to create like this like checklist of things that a user can do. You know, give them like a badge or like, just like people love completing checklists, right? There's something just inherently good feeling about it, right? Like the most successful apps have a checklist of some kind to introduce and show features and educate. So that'll be our goal, figuring out how we want to do that part. I don't think we're going to need the full-on like multi-page router focused like onboarding thing. In the past, if you've seen, yeah, Pal World style goals, exactly. If you've seen Stream Parrot, nope, not that. Let me do this. In Stream Parrot, this thing I made ages ago, your health app, you're obsessed with ticking the boxes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we go to Stream Parrot, we go log in, continue with Twitch. And then in here, what I actually want to do is clear just one local storage thing. Has seen tour. We get rid of that. Don't dox the whole token. And then here we refresh. And boom, hey, take a quick tour of the app. And then when you opt in, it does this entire like, let's go look at this. We'll walk you through the process of adding custom emotes. And then boom, and then it shows that. And hey, cool, start off by adding an emote. If you have no ideas, this can wait, but we recommend at least going through this part of the tour still. It can be any dimensions, but we need it to be within certain file sizes. Blah, blah. So like this whole thing where it's like pointing out various stuff and then it like navigates us to the next page. And we do some of this stuff, right? Select your layout, your colors, your theme, all that. This does feel like overkill to me a little bit. Like just the fact that we have to like be able to navigate between pages and all that stuff. The reason I don't really want to do that is because React doesn't have a good router connected like on like a tour component or library or whatever. In Angular, there's only one router. So it's really easy to make an Angular specific like router native tour. So instead, I don't want to do this whole like step-by-step tour thing. Instead, we're going to do like an icon up in the header, and it's going to show like your percentage of like onboarding completion or something. I haven't even thought about what it's going to look like, but it's going to be like you click it, it shows the drop down, it shows all the things that you need to do. Voila, right? And then, yeah, sure, like you click the thing, and that can navigate you to a page, but it's just a button. And it doesn't have to be this like part of like this like step-by-step BS. I think that's the way to do that, because it's a lot more work in React to do it the guided tour style anyway, and I don't think people even really like those guided tours. It kind of takes your agency away because you can't like do the thing while it's showing, right? So I think that's going to be my goal. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to like think that out loud so that I have the thoughts in my head. And yeah, that'll be our plan. But our first step for the day, let's look at some of these queries that need optimizing. And since we're going to be mostly on the back-end side of things, let's shuffle that desktop front and foremost. So yeah, this one right here. Basically anything where we're joining on events has a potential for join explosion. So this is another good place where we probably don't want to do the repo all, and we just want to do like query equals. And there we go. So then we can take this query and start to optimize it, or start to assess it. And that's going to be a very simple... Fuck. It's like ecto... Ah, it knew what I wanted. There we go. So then it'll probably know... Nope. IO. There we go. Query, and... Oh, that's why that's not shown. Okay, so we'll log all that. When is this actually getting used? Get keyword lens results. Yes, all right. So that's going to be on this page. Not quite this page. We click into here, and then we click something like that button. Ah. There we go. That's what I actually wanted. So we should have a good local return now. All right, perfect. Seems like this person did like a bunch of edits or something, or we've got like a major bug. But the bug would be as old as 2 days ago. Yeah, I think we're just not properly deleting or modifying keyword events when someone edits or deletes. All right, so yeah, we'll create that issue and then go back to things. Hmm. Ah, okay. I want to double check that one too. So we go back to here. We got it by platform. This one's also a potential. Yeah. All right. So we want to do the same thing for this. We'll do this one first because it's actually more appropriate. Right? Like it's what we're actually doing. Oh, sad panda. What did I do? It's two sequel. Yep. So yeah, some of these things are just not perfect, but that's okay. Oh, it's not an exclamation point. All right, this should be fine. Oh, son of a bitch. What? Oh, I must have missed it? Yeah, feel free to repost that. Because, yeah, that'll save me some steps. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, I like that. Um, I would assume I have permission to use this. Wish you could assign like an MIT license, but we'll just use your your consent here in chat. I know it won't hold up in court, but I don't think you're going to sue over it. Since it's diagnostic, I could gut it from the app if needed. Consent granted. Chat's not responding. Is Twitch having some issues today? Oh, it's your internet? Oh, are you still on your phone? Oh, you're going to be there the entire week. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought you were like wrapping up the week. Yeah, dude. No, this looks super cool. Thank you. Right. Yep. Even just some like prepaid junk that gets better service or something. Okay, so you still do the to SQL, but then you just do the to string and you do io.puts. Yeah, that's cleaner. Yeah, that's way cleaner. Yeah, way cleaner. Thank you. That's going to save me a bunch of copy and paste bullshit. Eh. If we encounter it, then you can make your utility more robust. That's fine, you know. That's the quid pro quo of open source. Okay, I don't know where I even want to put this. Oh, hold on. I wanted to do this too. Um, so I listened to the song Mr. Jones like a couple times while I was down in Arizona because Waymo allows you to like link up your YouTube music, and it came on a couple times. This is separate from what I just like had a terrible idea for, but a parody of Mr. Jones by Counting Crows about Indiana Jones. Right? Dr. Jones and me rolling through the catacombs. Like, dude, it could be really good. It could be really good. So yeah, saving that for later. So then random, because I don't know what I would do with this. Right? Would we write like a short story or something? Would it be like a bad character in a comic book? I don't know. But the quid pro quo. Because I always mispronounce the quo part anyway. Sometimes adding the R. So what would the quid pro quo do as a superhero? The quid pro quo. I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet, but at least we got it for later. It's not going away anytime soon now. I'm going to be upset if it already exists. But yeah, the Dr. Jones and Me, dude, that would be a solid parody. Weird Al would be proud. Weird Al would be really proud, I bet. He'd be proud, but also upset that he didn't think about it. Especially because he has that bit in UHF where he parodies the Indiana Jones part. Like, dude. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. That's where my brain goes. Just randomly off on tangents. I'm an ideas guy. Okay, so let's keep going. We should be getting logs for this now. Oh, and before I forget, we're going to have to do this. Do I have... How do I search? Can we do a search? Ooh, fax machine notification support would be super good. Yeah. We only got a few months before we can be ready for that one. But yes, I definitely want to do that. Okay, yeah. So then we pivoted that one. Self-host turbo stream. Right, we are currently relying on Graze.social's turbo stream. It might be a good idea. Or, no. Okay, back to it. Yeah, exactly via Sanctus. Like, the problem is just that it's incapable of jumping into a large code base, right? Like, Claude Code and a lot of these things are just really, in my opinion, only good at smaller things, right? Because the context fills up. It tries to scan shit that it doesn't see. It starts duplicating functions. And it doesn't matter how good the models are because context size. You just start filling up context. And bigger and bigger context windows really just don't seem to be helping as much as people think they will. In my opinion, it's not even about the size of the context. It's just the size of, the shit that the LLM needs to parse. the more there is, the more it just goes in weird directions. Yeah, Via Sanctus, what I would say is instead, think about like micro applications that you've always kind of wanted but weren't worth the time. Worth the time XKCD. Right? So if there was ever any point in the past where you've been like, oh man, I wish I had a quick little like utility to do this thing, but you know what? How long would it take me to do it? I don't do it often enough for any of this other stuff because it would take me longer than I would like. But instead, now, you can actually just have this thing churning in the background while you're doing other stuff anyway. So it's not even wasted time. Right? So start like really finding some of those things that just weren't worth the effort and try and build them. What you'll probably discover is that like, well, you built it, but you still don't even really use it that much, and it doesn't solve the problem the way you thought it would. That's great, because then you didn't waste the time on building an abstraction that doesn't even get used. Like, so there's a lot of great use cases for small programs via like vibe coding and LLMs and all that bullshit. That would be my biggest recommendation for some of those like aha moments. Because yeah, like seriously, we built this one for NPM. Right? We got an NPM JS. It's got bugs, like we got to fix it, but I can just refresh. Oh, I mean, Via Sanctus, I would say some people are disingenuous in proposing these ideas and saying that's how things are going to work, right? People are actually like knowingly lying to our faces. And then other people hear these like industry leaders say it and take it as truth, right? Like there is a lot of like smaller business owners thinking that because the CEO of Salesforce said it, well then obviously it's gotta be true. And they start thinking it's actually true when no, the CEO of Salesforce and like the CEOs of all these other fucking companies are lying to our faces. Salesforce is doing it because they want to outsource, right? They want to send more jobs overseas because they're cheaper. Like, it's just that simple. Replit is telling us this because their entire business model relies on it as the idea. Lovable, V0, like all these fucking, you know, snake oil salesmen. They're just telling you that because it's their fucking business. You know? If someone's entire livelihood depends on it, yeah, they're going to lie straight to your face. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing, right? Like, if all these people are convinced they can spin up a POC, well, yeah, they'll spin up the POC, but then they're going to run into the inevitable problems with it, and that means there's more dev jobs available, not less. So, I really do think the calculator comparison is pretty apt. Did it kill a bunch of jobs that were basically just number crunching? Yeah. But you know what? It opened up way more jobs for proper accountants. You know? It meant that every business could afford an accountant now. Okay, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's a great idea. It meant that accountants now, because of the calculator and spreadsheets and shit, can have multiple clients and serve a bunch of clients. But there are more accountants than there have ever been. Spreadsheets didn't kill accountants either. You know, it's just that easy. It's just funny, like, all the people that get, like, swooped up in these hype trains. And I get it. There's a physical chemical your brain produces when you get involved in these hype trains. I get it. But I don't know, man. It's easy to kind of avoid them a little bit because I'm a skeptic by nature. I'm kind of a curmudgeon. And I've been burned too many times by early adoption. So I feel somewhat immune. But you know what? You catch me on a day where it's like sunny and like the snow is that like perfect like slush consistency. and like, oh man. And I'm like landing all my tricks and like, dude, like I will just, yeah, that hype. Oh man, I am not immune to hype. I will talk way too fucking much because I got that energy because it's such a good fucking day. You know, like, yeah, love that shit. But yeah, tech hype, I don't know. I think that's the biggest thing. Avoiding tech hype really does require experience. You have to have lived through these tech hype cycles. You have to. If you haven't lived through these tech hype cycles, you don't understand how bullshitty their arguments are. A few years ago, it was no code. Why would I pay a dev when I could no code up an app real quick with, God, what's some of the big no code companies? Builder.io or whatever, right? Like, what are some of the other ones? What is it? Wix, right? And these companies make money. I'm not talking lovable. I mean, I'm talking like full on no code. Like not even like prompting. I'm talking no code as in like you're dragging and dropping components type shit, right? Building from a template. I'm talking the no code of 6 or 7 years ago. And if you haven't been a dev for 6 or 7 years, you probably missed that entire hype train. But there was an entire scare that shit was going to take our jobs. You know what it did? It freed you up to not have to even deal with the clients that would suck that just needed something like that anyway. So, yeah, did it take away jobs? Yeah, a little bit. But you know what? The moment their websites take off and they're seeing their SEO plummet because the performance of it sucks, right? The moment they're seeing like, well, I want to do this one specific thing and there isn't a widget for it, they got to pay someone to do it. And then, yeah, you bring someone a Wix site that they need to modify. No freelancer or contractor worth their salt will actually modify a Wix site. No, we'll do a full build up from the bottom. It's a website. It's easy, right? Every agency I've ever worked at, we were not modifying websites. That's a bad idea. No, we're going to do a full on build. The only times that was different was maybe like K Jewelers, like, you know, giant fucking companies. And even then, you know, depending on the salesperson, they could convince you to build it from scratch again anyway. So yeah, let me get more music on. I do think just the hype is interesting. And it's not to say that lacking the experience of living through the hype cycles makes you a better or worse dev, right? Not at all. Some of the best devs, or one of the best devs I know, Daniel Rowe, like, I'll be sitting there chatting with him about stuff, and he's extremely knowledgeable, very, very smart dude. But then I'll mention some stuff from like 10 years ago, and he's like, I don't know, I wasn't a dev back then. And it's like, you can be the lead maintainer of something like Nuxt and still not have to care about some of this like history stuff. And that's fine. That's totally okay. So it's not that you're a worse dev because you lack the experience. It's just simply that because we've gone through the hype cycles, we have a little bit of perspective. And it doesn't make us better or worse. It just makes us a little more immune to the hype cycle. There is a double-edged sword to that, whereas if you go through too many hype cycles, you become totally immune to the hype cycles. And then that's when you're, you know, the person still writing Delphi in 2025. You know? That's when you're still maintaining Access databases in 2025. Yes, you will absolutely not have a job in the future if you refuse to learn new stuff. So there is like a double-edged sword to the experience that comes through living through these hype cycles. I know, right, Gopher? Exactly. Did I come to talk with it again? Or are you making a reference to the Oracle of Delphi? Oh, hello, darkness, my old friend. Wait, the sun? The song. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. Okay, now I get it. Okay. I was really confused when you said the sun. I was like, the son of the Oracle of Delphi? I have not heard of that before. That could actually be a fun story. That could actually be a fun short story. Right? The Oracle of Delphi would be the ultimate helicopter parent. Damn it. We are just ideas abound today. Yeah, I do want to do a series of short stories at some point. Yeah, I feel like that'd be kind of good. But yeah, hold on, real quick. I know I massive tangents today, but yeah, if we go to just some package, like let's say one that we know has a good set of versions, like Express. Express has a couple major versions, right? So we go in here, we got to refresh because there's a bug there. But yeah, Via Sanctus, like basically to the point that I was making about like building some random thing. Like, yeah, here on stream, I needed to see what versions of Vue and other like frameworks were still used, like Svelte, etc. If you're making plugins for Express or middleware for Express, you should probably target 4.x because that's the most used one. But you definitely don't want to ignore 5.x. What are the API differences? I don't know. But yeah, this whole like version stats, like version usage stats, I've wanted this for ages. We just vibe coded the shit out of it within an hour or two using open code like a couple weeks ago. And this was like one of those aha moments, like one of those things where it's like, yes, I could code this up. You know, it's just a browser extension. You know, it's just taking all these fucking numbers that are shown on the page and aggregating them. It's really not that complicated. But I'd have to do some magic with like semver and bucketing and grouping and then the logic of like switching between the tabs here. And, you know, yeah, it would have taken some time. It would have taken more than just like the hour or two while I was doing other things. Meanwhile, like, yeah, now this just saves me a bunch of effort. And it's stuff that like none of those other apps like Bundle Phobia have, which I find really interesting. We don't get rate limited by the API because it's just right here on the page. We tried building a CLI version of this and we were getting massive rate limiting. But yeah, no, just browser extension. Problem solved. So yeah, think about little minor utilities like that. Like in it, honestly, like browser extension might be the number one use case. You know? Like, oh man, there's this one website and I hate this one fucking part of it. Oh yeah, vibe code up a browser extension that solves that part for you. So yeah, think about that, right? You may not have those ideas ready and written down already, but put them in a Trello board as they come up. Okay, so yeah, I think this is another good like YouTube video. I don't know if it's a short, but AI changing how we handle the is it worth the time XKCD table. Oh yeah, there's an XKCD for everything. Exactly. Yeah, no worries, man. For sure. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. Right? It did take a while for me to come around to the AI stuff. Like I've always been using, or not always, but since it's been like good and available, I've been using some kind of AI autocomplete. Sure. But I've been a little slow to come around to the whole like vibe coding, or at least like informed vibe coding thing. But I'm getting to the same point, and it took me a while with crypto as well, right? Where the crypto hype, ugh. But you know what? As an investment vehicle, okay. As a potential utility eventually, sure. I just don't think we've seen a good killer use case for it yet. I think NFTs could have been that, but then crypto bros ruined it. Vibe coding agents only got semi-good very recently. And yeah, that's probably part of it, for sure. I mean, Cursor has been decent for a long time, right? Cursor has been decent for at least a year or two. Like, it's been decent enough that I should have been using it more, right? Cursor burned me because their, like, autocomplete budget is super fucking low. I think they're fucking up with their autocomplete budget. They need to massively increase the autocomplete budget for the free tier, because that is going to be the number one thing that people are using when they give Cursor a try, like using already in other tools. And the moment they hit that like paywall of like 10 auto completions or some shit, like it's not 10, it's super low though. The moment they hit that paywall, they haven't even had a chance to realize the value of the agent, like of the chat tab or panel or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I think Cursor is really fucking up with their like free tier on the auto completion. And Super Maven, like they acquired Super Maven. It's got to be so goddamn cheap for them to run that auto completion. There's no reason it should be so strict and so limited. So yeah, that's my take on it. Like they burned me. Yeah, no, I'm not going to use Cursor. I'm not going to pay for it until I realize the value. And they didn't even give me a chance to realize the value because the auto completion budget was so low. So yeah, I think as they start to like slow down on their adoption rate, that's something they need to consider. But right now they've got so much adoption that it's probably not a big deal. In my opinion, their goal should have been to be the de facto like VS Code version, right? Like Cursor could have easily taken VS Code's market share, like completely, if they made that onboarding better. If they made that like introductory period better. Anyway, let's get back to this. So yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll do this. And we should have seen something. Oh. So hold on. I'm doing IO inspect. Is that the difference between IO inspect and IO put? Is that the actual difference? Oh, wait. No function clause matching in IO puts because, yeah, we can't do the label thing. IO put chars does not work. So brainless, I'm so curious about this. What's the deal, dude? Like, how are you getting this to work? Like, I could do the two string or whatever, or binary two string. This song, I forgot about this song. The British lady. This one's good. The name of this song is called Computer Romance. Um, will that do it? Nope. Yeah, we're trying to use Brainless's utility here, and it's just not working. Oh, is it giving us an array for some reason? No. Should it be two of these, though? No, it looks like it should be 2. All right. Double check if it actually is binary. It is. So it is a binary. Yeah. Yeah. We need Brainless's help on this one. His utility just isn't printing what we'd expect. And at this point, it's just not worth the effort. So yeah, whenever he gets back, we'll check it out. But yeah, we just need to keep going. Yes, it totally failed. All it was printing was binary. I'll show you again. All it's giving me is this. And I've done the 2-string stuff. I've done a bunch on it. 2-string, io.puts fails, right? Because this isn't a char list or something. I don't know, man. Like, it's super annoying. Right? So this is going to give us an error. Oh, binary to term. I was doing toString. That was it. I was doing the wrong utility. Right? So yeah, like puts doesn't work on that. Oh, do I have to prefix it with Erlang? Oh, it's Erlang with yeah, okay. Yeah, so like your utility probably needs to do that, right? Ah, okay. So yeah, if we go back to pretty SQL, I mean, I know this isn't the way you would do it, but if is binary. And what's up, Albetum? How you doing? Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah. So this is result. Right, so then theoretically that would do it, yeah? Because, yeah, I was doing toString, and that wasn't doing it. Not receiving the verification code? That's not good. Yeah, I'd recommend getting an authenticator app and doing your multi-factor auth for Twitch that way. Their email delivery is notoriously bad, right? Invalid external representation of a term? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, Brandless. Like, I'm just getting nothing but issues with this thing. So yeah, I'll leave it for now. But yeah, I'm just gonna go back to being productive. Ish. You know, as productive as I get. No, it's fine. Oh, this is like my favorite song on this album, I think. It's like, I like the slow bass. Oh. Oh, fucking IO puts. Yeah, I like the labels when I'm logging too. And no, it's fine, Brainless. Yeah, no, you're good. Thank you for trying. All right, so now we're probably getting past that, but still failing on the binary to term. Invalid external representation of a term. What? Oh, is it because of the zero? Because zero is unprintable? Shouldn't be. Oh, I figured it out. They're using UTC to determine your quota dates. Which I think makes sense, but dude, HCAPTCHA is garbage. I hope they're tracking these errors. Like, dude, HCAPTCHA is fucking garbage, man. They should probably just be using the Cloudflare one. Yeah, I've never been satisfied with HCAPTCHA. You got to go for dinner? Yeah, no worries, Ed Latbo. We'll probably see you again soon. Maybe. I think tomorrow is going to be a work day, so I won't be on this channel tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday. I need to take a full-on proper work day. I got a lot of shit I got to knock out. Let me get more music going. This one's good. That would make sense, brainless. I mean, it's maybe related to what we're seeing right here too. Right? It's one of the parameters. Right? We're running into this same exact problem. Just trying to like convert a param. So it's most likely something to do with our type IDs, like the UUIDs under the hood. Are you using integers or UUIDs as your IDs? There it is. So yeah, you won't be able to replicate it until you start doing that. All right, so let's just go to Claude. Ah, okay. So I'm not sure how you would match on that. But yeah, it's definitely related to UUID. Yep, so that does it. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it works great for you. I mean, UUIDs are represented as binary like number data anyway. right? The string representation we see is just a representation. It's not actually like the value, right? So then, right, if we think about this like pretty SQL utility, so let me double check how they were looking at the try stuff, right? I just want to see that syntax. Try rescue. It being ecto. I mean, so that's what you're seeing, that it does. But ecto needs to parse that thing. You can't just directly parse the UUID to a string. That's the main thing. All right, so now let's try that. Okay. But we need to wrap it. So yeah, we're close, but it's not a proper thing yet. We're actually not using UUID directly. We're using another thing. Let me show you. Right, like here in org, what we're doing is primary key type ID, and type ID is responsible for a lot of that like to and from serialization BS. But when we're doing the SQL part, it's not involving the ecto schema in any way. So in most of the application, type ID is going to handle all of that like to and from magic for us, but in this like logging portion of things, where like before Ecto does that stuff. So it's really just like where we're trying to jump in to inspect things. We don't get any of like the serialization magic. Does that make sense? That's my understanding of it. Yep, and that wrapped it, and that should be good. So now, favorite YouTube channel right now? I don't watch that much like YouTube specifically for certain channels. Like, nah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't watch tech content. I'd rather read a blog post anytime. And that's not a slight to anybody. It's just the way I like to consume content. I can read pretty damn fast. Like, let me put it that way. Like, I've spent a lot of my life reading to the point where I'm pretty damn good at it now. So, like, I can get information from reading way faster than I'll ever get it from some YouTube video. So I don't watch informational stuff on YouTube unless I'm like just doing something else anyway and I'm passively consuming it. I don't know about 99, but you know, it's up there. Like, I don't know. I like a purple link. I like being able to link to a specific section of a document, like all that stuff. And like all of that is worse on a YouTube video. Like, sure, you get the purple link that like you watched the video before, but do you remember why? I don't know. Yeah, like, so I don't do that. And then when it comes to entertainment, most of my entertainment content I consume just from like movies and TV shows. So there's no YouTube channel I'd be watching for that stuff. When I do catch random stuff, it's entertaining. So I don't know, the firefighter like YouTube Shorts guy is entertaining. Hold on, let me fix my posture. Some of that Dropout TV stuff is really good. But if you're asking, like, what am I entertained by lately? I just recently started watching The Expanse. I finished season 1, and it's amazing. It's one of those shows where when I started watching it, I messed up because I just had to keep seeing the next episode, and I stayed up till like 5 a.m. when I had to wake up at like 9. I have a problem with that with shows. Like, if I put on a show like that at night, right before bed, I'm not going to go to sleep when I want it. I know this about myself. I did the same damn thing with Future Man. I just had to see the next episode every time. Maybe it's a blessing that Fallout is going like one episode a week because I couldn't possibly burn the entire night away. But it also means that I'm like burning the night away extra, like just 1 hour at a time. Pluribus? I haven't even heard of it. No idea. So I've only seen the first season. Dude, my absolute favorite actor in The Expanse is Jared Harris. Like, oh my god, he's so fucking good. Right? Like, he nails the accent, like everything. This guy is one of the greatest actors of our generation. Or of modern times. He's just good in everything. And technically, he's a nepotism baby. His father was an actor too. But he fucking kills it. right? He was Moriarty in the Sherlock Holmes films. He's great in Chernobyl too. Dude, yeah, like the accent, man, he's so fucking good. He steals every scene he's in on The Expanse. And I think it's actually a really smart move in like the casting and all that. That like, yeah, Thomas Jane is a phenomenal actor too. Their scenes together, chef's kiss, like so damn good. Yeah, so damn good. But yeah, I'm only one season in. I did read the spoilers for season two because I'm pathological that way, but I refuse to go any further. Right? When we say no spoilers, I'm actually saying that for everyone else. I don't mind a spoiler most of the time. Ooh, all right. What's fucked about this? Where's the syntax error? Oh, right. Yeah. Is there any way to prevent, and this is a question for Brainless, I get, is there any way to prevent, like, the escaping of the quotes? Would IO puts actually do that? Puts is the way to avoid that? That's what I figured. I just wanted to double check. Yep. All right, that's way better. Now I don't need to go through that conversion process. Way better. 29 milliseconds. So this is really not that slow. If we look at the analysis, though. Oh, honestly? Okay. Yeah. Let's, yeah, let's do this one. Brainless. Like, no, it's specifically about, like, the UUID stuff. So, yeah, the only way you'd be able to reproduce it is with UUIDs. So I would say, even if, like, maybe you can't reproduce it with the raw UUID and you need to, like, do stuff with type ID. I don't know. Not sure. But Brainless, I don't know if you saw, I've got it working now. And my fix was just here in the when binary, try the UUID thing. Now, this is not going to be generic for everyone, but this is generic enough for me, right? For what I need to do. Yeah, no worries. Just letting you know. I appreciate the utility. Thank you. All right, so this will be a slightly slower version. Yeah, this is nice. Thank you so much for it. But yeah, right, like 461. We do seem to have at least one join explosion in there. The bread, no, that's actually the query optimizer. A sequential scan is actually faster when the amount of data is not big enough. Right? Because to go to the index is like an extra lookup. So yeah, like the sequential scans, it's really, I mean, here, this one seems wrong. But some of the other sequential scans are just because like we absolutely do have the indexes, but the query optimizer is deciding not to use them. Like, so this one could be an issue. Yeah, like we had to dig into that a couple times. We're seeing these sequential scans, and then we go and look, and we absolutely have an index for it. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this one here should probably not be sequential. So yeah, this one will take the data output, pass it in. We may give up on T3 chat if it just doesn't start working again. We'll give it one more try. And yeah, we're using Postgres. And we're kind of getting to the point where I don't necessarily think I need to start having this explained to me. So posted at could be part of the issue. I don't think we have an index on posted at. And because we're doing a sort by posted at, that would be important. So that's a good one to add. And then lens results. Yes, we did not. Right? We got keyword events, but not lens results. We're using Ecto, which is the Elixir query builder. So Ate, like a lot of our heavy queries look kind of like this, where we're doing our own like query building rather than letting an ORM generate anything. And I do that specifically because I've been bit by ORMs doing weird shenanigans. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. It ends up feeling a lot like SQL, but you get like better syntax highlighting and better like error checking. Which, yeah, that's all you tend to really need when you're writing complex SQL. So yeah, I've been a big fan of query builders for a really long time. God, really, like the first big one I used was Doctrine. And at first, I didn't like it. And then I tried Propel and some other things, and then I realized, oh, I actually like Doctrine more. I like the repository pattern. So, I mean, to a degree, but then there's other things that are like this, right? So you can pass in a struct and just do a repo.delete. So there are some things that are like change set based that then, if they're simple enough, why write that query by hand? But when I know I'm going to be doing something complex with a bunch of joins, I don't want to do preload because I don't like the round trips to the database. I'd rather do a subquery than a preload, pretty much every time. All right, so we want to change this to true. The posted at, that's going to be a big one. So keyword events. Actually, this one's just ID, not keyword ID. So you know what a subquery is, you don't know what a preload is. Preload is basically like an ORM level thing in which you can like preload a relation. But what a preload is a separate like SQL call. Whereas a subquery is within the same SQL call. Pretty much all ORMs have some concept of preloading, right? Of like loading relations, but as a separate call rather than like making a larger SQL statement. I've never been a fan of that. I don't like the round trips. And it's especially worse when you're dealing with like a remote database, something across a network, instead of something on the same machine you're on. In my opinion, preloads are also like very prone to like n+1 query type stuff. But I have less evidence of that. It's just an instinct. Yep. Cool. So you can pass order descending to the index too. Nice. All right, so we want to comment these. Roll back, re-enable. All right, so they don't like that. Key order not found in. Oh. Oh, interesting. Voila. And then, real quick, let me catch up on this. You added a feature which you think is neat to the observability library. You have a macro to wrap code in a span, but that can nest the code too deep, and credo is rude sometimes. So you added a module attribute that you decorate the entire function like a Python decorator. That made you happy. Yeah, no, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, no, that's cool, man. Good job. All right, so let's get the dev server back up, and let's just reanalyze the query. In a minute. We'll reanalyze the query. We don't necessarily care about rerunning it through T3 chat. Oh, buddy. All right. Way better. Way better. So now we're doing an index scan instead of that 16K. That was probably like the biggest performance win we needed to do on here, right? The other sequential scans, they're for a single row, so it's not the end of the world. The rest of this looks fine to me. I don't think we need to optimize anything further here. Now, funny enough, it didn't really impact our speed at the moment. Like, I'm sure our like lower bound got a bit lower, but the average is probably pretty similar still. Let's just look at what T3 chat is recommending. Hold on. Let me look at the graphical analysis. I don't think... Oh, yeah. No, that massively simplified things. Dude, yeah, this is way simpler now. Awesome. So yeah, we don't have the hash join problem, so we don't need to worry about that index they're recommending. And I missed some follows. Mohawk Ball, welcome. And Shader Theory, welcome. You wear a beanie too? Damn right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I was like, why is that name familiar? Didn't you already follow back again the other day? So I will say, I will start to consider that some kind of spam if you keep doing like a follow unfollow thing. And what up, Zekkies? How you doing? Thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, beanie. All right, so I think we addressed the first two things, right? The indexing and the final sort. So yeah, like honestly, we don't have a join explosion, so we don't need to worry about the subquery stuff. That's awesome. So I'm going to call this one optimized. And hey, what's up, Talented? How you doing? I was actually going to say, I saw you say that over in, I believe it was Zed's chat. Oh, DevDad. You said it over in DevDad's chat. Yeah, I was lurking DevDad just like as I was wrapping up for the night. We do have an ad going right now, I think, so we'll give it a sec. Ah. Nice. Yeah, I don't have 10G internet, but I did get a Mac Mini that is 10G capable specifically for that reason. I don't think I have a 10G capable router, though. I'd have to double check those stats. Yeah, I just got Ethernet going straight into the Mac Mini. But if you're on a MacBook, like I can understand why you don't want to like be unplugging a bunch of bullshit. Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. So now this one, I think this one we end up having like pretty much the same thing. But yeah, dude, that sounds awesome, man. I'm glad for you. Yeah, the Cal Digit stuff is really good. Is that one of the new like do they have a new one or did you just get the like the older like flagship? Not older, but like were you waiting on them to release one that did exactly what you needed? TS5 Plus? I feel like they've had that for a while, but maybe I don't remember if they had the Plus. This one's been out for a while. Okay. The Plus is the one that does the 10 gig. Okay. Dude, it's like $1,000, isn't it? Like, dude, they're spendy, aren't they? Oh, it's only 500. There you go. Nice. Oh, that's super smart. Dual USB controllers? Brilliant. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's necessary. They were probably just tracking like how many times you've been back to the site. You thought it was a mini PC? No, this is just a dock for like Macs and other stuff. Like mainly Macs, but Windows can use it too, I guess. I mean, it's pretty easy to justify the cost when you realize how kind of shit some of the Anchor ones are. Like you could easily spend $500 trying out other ones and being like disappointed. Yeah, add to basket, then come back. Yep. Most things connected via other adapters all stacked up. Yeah, 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 right. But just imagine if you had just pulled the trigger on the TS5 Plus immediately, you wouldn't have needed to buy all those other things. Right? So then at that point, the cost would have been totally reasonable. Hmm. Like Apple brand HDMI adapter? That's really lame. Yeah, that's real lame. All right, so now we'll optimize this one. And yeah, dude, Brainless, that utility is really good, man. Thank you. Like, this process is so much quicker now. Yeah, exactly. And you can maybe sell those adapters to someone else or something. Yeah, 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 for sure. And now at least you know like one possible thing that's wrong with it when you possibly run into that in the future. Not saying it will, but you know, you never know. Yeah, so index scans on all these things. Perfect. I think we're good. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to optimize this any better. We're not seeing a join explosion. And sorry, you might not see all of it. There we go. There's the numbers. I didn't realize you guys weren't seeing those. So yeah, we see like, yep, sort, nested loop, blah, blah, blah. We don't see a join explosion. We don't see some crazy math. right? Index scans on everything. My fix was not that, it was a load, right? Like ecto UUID load, which is casting, yeah, but not like dot cast. So yeah, I'd say this one's good. This does not feel like an issue. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you need to do the try because no matter what, it is going to be binary, right? Like this value will test for is binary. So there's maybe some other thing you could do, but I don't know if there's any way you could identify the UUID. That'll have so many false positives, though. Someone just randomly does a string, and then you try to load it. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't like that check. That check sounds meh to me. I think this try is like the best option you got. I'm sure there's false positives you would get with this load succeeding too. So I don't know. This part's tougher. But yeah, so you love working and optimizing in a government corporation. No insights, just DevOps coming and saying, guys, your prod DB is almost dying. Since when? Oh, like a month ago. Nice, Zekis. Dude, that's brutal. Will they not even allow you to do any like slow query log kind of stuff? Find the way that they formatted this to be a little meh. Like, I'm not sure any of these needed the nested stuff. Like, you could just have these at the same level. But oh well. Yeah, not a big deal. All right, so I'm going to say this query is good to go too. All right, so then over here in account, yeah, maybe this one. List orgs with admin metadata. So that should be available on just a general refresh. Drag this over so I can grab it. Oh, was there? Oh, they were just that slow with deploying it. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a little more sense. Yeah, feel free to give us the link. Oh God, Cloudflare. What's the deal? Cloudflare started having a bunch of issues once Dylan Mulroy started working there. Coincidence? Yes, just a coincidence. I'm just having fun. That one actually seems interesting. All right, so then, yeah. Oh, and then here's the discussion on Hacker News. Yeah, I do like to see the discussion sometimes. I mean, brainless, I really like type ID. Type ID is nice for you in debugging because you can easily identify what kind of ID that was, right? Like, there's a big reason Unkey has that blog post about, like, hold on. I think it's an old one, but we'll find it. Yeah, right. So yeah, I'd say give this a read. It's a nice blog post. It goes into the value stuff, right? You don't, whether you agree or not, I think it's a good blog post still. But yeah, the prefixing thing I find really valuable. Yeah, UUID is great, but it has some like user experience issues in that every UUID looks the same, right? So there's a lot of cases where being able to just debug and see like what value something is as a string that then gets converted to the UUID is automatically like, yeah, but based on the prefix, you know exactly what that entity is. That can be useful. But then it's still stored as a UUID under the hood. Cool. Yeah, looks like people loved this post. So that's great. Yep. And then there's another architect somewhere saying don't use UUIDs for primary keys. You know, you can never win. Slap a bee tree on it. So instead of slapping an index on it, and what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Yeah, so some of this is like the deep lore. And I feel like I will not need any of this for a very long time. Slap a bee tree on it. Nice. That was the end of the album. Let's get another. No, this is a cool article. Yeah, this is nice. Thank you for sharing. Into the archive. And then, yeah. Right, the sandboxing. Yep. Oh, damn. We were running into the same damn thing. Right? Vagrant. Damn right, dude. The fact that we were actually, like, that we arrived at the same exact conclusion is good. Because, yeah, right? Like, I remember Vagrant. Ever tried daily.dev for dev news? Eh. Eh. Is that the company that Francesco works for? So hold on, wait. Your architect decided to switch from using UUID to BigInt. It was so much fun when he also forced you to use mapstruct, which is automatically mapping one few objects into one If you're not careful, you can map the wrong fields automatically if you don't specify your mapping. Multiple cases where it mapped ID from entity A to entity B's relation just because field names were the same. Then users could see someone else's data. Yikes. And I really do question the value of migrating away from UUID. Like, that sounds like the only reason. Yeah, index size. Because, like, index speed, like, the index is using numbers under the hood anyway. Who gives a shit? Right? So, as long as you're hitting an index, the speed of the UUID does not fucking matter. But database size can definitely be a thing. Index size can definitely be a thing, right? So, Ate, there's an entire, like, field of thinking that that's not a problem. I consider that to actually be a problem, right? Like, it's called an enumeration vulnerability for a reason. But WordPress has had one for 15 plus years, right? Since its inception. And they refuse to fix it because they just don't care. So, like, there's some cases where, you know, any of that stuff's fine. You know, it's more about, like, the problem you're trying to solve. There's no, like, one size fits all. Just got groceries, but you're about to get some Wingstop. Yeah, I mean, I have some sausage I need to use. Like, I just opened it yesterday, and it doesn't expire for another, like, 3 weeks. 2 weeks, maybe. I got some tortellini I gotta use, because I just opened that yesterday. But do I want to eat the same thing 2 days in a row? Indian food sounds delicious. Oh, also, yeah, the dish that I used to cook the tortellini, the pot, that's also soaking at the moment. Not like it needed to. So yeah, I didn't run dishes. So I guess today is an Indian food day just because I didn't wash my dishes. Yeah, no, I'm thinking I'm gonna eat Indian food tonight. Why not? Honestly, though, if I'm spending $100 on Indian food a month, or actually a week, sorry, that's $5 grand a year. Meanwhile, I've got food I could cook. Well, the Indian food's like a $50 thing to get like fully delivered with like the order that I like these days. It's like somewhere between 40 and 50, right? So if I did that once a week, that's fine. Twice a week though, I did just do it on Saturday. They are. They are. I mean, DoorDash is making the money. Like the Indian food place, you know, if I just ordered there, it'd be like 25, maybe $30. All right, so hold on. Let me read. He was mentioning that UUID is slower for queries and takes much more space in the DB. Mainly, he just doesn't like it. 1 million to 2 million records, which is nothing, yeah. And yeah, like, well, hold on. Like, big int's like a full byte, right? It's 8 bytes. Meanwhile, a UUID is what, 16? So it is twice the size, but I don't know, man. Optimizing for 8 bytes a row doesn't make much sense to me. Right? 8 bytes by 2 million rows? 16 megabytes? Like, ish, you know? Dude, if he's sweating over 16 megabytes, I don't know, man. This sounds like resume-driven development. He just wants to put it on his resume that he helped architect a migration from UUID to Big Int, right? I mean, they have benefits, but like you really have to consider the problem you're solving. Like, how quickly is the data going to grow, et cetera? When are they going to realize a major value from it? Like saving 16 megabytes per index or whatever. Eh. So Ate, yes, UUID v7 is case sortable. That's like the major thing that separates it from the other versions. Often, though, for things like indexes, you want case sortable. Random ID, UUID. So if you wanted case sortable, that's like the edge case and you need a justification. Is that, am I understanding that right? All right, real quick, I do have to use the restroom. Give me just a sec. And then, I don't know, I think we could pour a whiskey. I still haven't gone to Costco yet. I don't even know if I can tomorrow. I might have a bunch of meetings. Oh no, I can do it tomorrow after the live stream. Well, I do have to wake up early tomorrow. But yeah, I can go to the grocery store after the Twitch live stream. I think it's gonna be Twitch. So I said I won't be streaming tomorrow on this channel. We will be on Get Kraken's channel tomorrow. So I may do a bit of an announcement for that. Just, you know, get people to show up and hang out. I'll be working on, at least for the first little bit, I'll be working on a convince your boss like chat app. About like, hey man, you know, I want to convince my boss to pay for Get Kraken. And then, you know, just building a chat app that does that. That'll be kind of fun. But yeah, let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. And hey, what's up, Celestial? Haven't seen you in a bit. Who here was it their first time seeing that BRB screen? Best BRB screen on Twitch. I don't like to make those best comments flippantly, so that's how you know I mean it. Thanks to Krasner, by the way. He's still out there. All right. So, yeah. I am low on whiskey, so we're going to be dipping into the flask. Because why not? My snowboarding flask has some Sazerac rye in it. What's up, 42? What you doing? Sazerac rye's not bad. Mixed with water. It doesn't taste that bready in Coca-Cola, but yeah, with just a water mixer, you can definitely taste like the rye a bit more. But yeah, just chilling, and me, I'm just hanging out, working on optimizing some queries. I've already optimized a couple. We are now on to this one. And how do we see this? So yeah, this is just a full page refresh. But yeah. So Celestial, in the future, I would recommend purchasing your domain separately from your hosting. Okay, I was gonna say, like, a month? Fuck that. Like, dude, what? And the only way it made sense to me was if you were like, if you had it bundled with like hosting or something. But okay. Who'd you get it through? Like what domain registrar? You do whatever you want with your money. They were the only one offering it? I don't know, Celestial. In the future, you may consider pork bun. No, fuck GoDaddy. Never, no, never, ever, ever, ever search GoDaddy. Don't do it. Do not do it. Never, ever, ever search on GoDaddy, because they will pull some shit on you. GoDaddy is like documented and known and like verified to do domain sipping, where you search for a domain, you put it in your cart, but you don't actually purchase it yet. They will go and register it themselves because they can do so for free for 48 hours. So then you go back and it's taken. But you know what? Hey, we can talk to the person that owns it. And, you know, maybe get it to you for like a couple hundo. Yeah, never ever search domains on GoDaddy. The horriblest. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they are documented in doing so. And I don't have any evidence or anything, but it feels like Namecheap does that same shit. In general, go through a registrar like Cloudflare. If Cloudflare doesn't have the TLD that you were looking for, another good couple I've seen, like Pork Bun, I believe is independent and kind of nice. And then there's another, I think Gandhi is actually pretty good, but I haven't used Gandhi myself. I was using Google domains for a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I refused to use Namecheap because the CEO threatened to sue me at some point. Because it feels like, and I don't have evidence for this, but it feels like Namecheap does some shady shit. Whether they do or don't, I don't know. But it feels like it. And I had simply said that online at one point. And then he chimes in and says something that was easily misunderstood. And it sounded like he was admitting to it. And then, yes, he proceeded to threaten to sue me. Because the thing went fucking viral. Like, that post saw, like, 100,000 views or some shit. Funnily enough, hold on, wait. It was like a day or two before this like golf outing. Hold on. It was a day or two before this, like this outing at Topgolf. So yeah, I had said something. I'm sitting there chilling at Topgolf because I got there early. I figured, oh, I'll eat some snack or something, right? I think I had wings. And Colin from Zod, who was like, coming to like do the Topgolf with us, like shows up, but like surprised me. I was like, oh, he's like, oh, don't worry, man. I'm not the Namecheap CEO. Like, it was really good. Colin's funny. Like, Colin's hilarious, dude. But yeah, registrar hosting DNS use 3 separate providers. Yeah. I can see that. I don't mind using Cloudflare. Like, I do my domain and DNS through Cloudflare for most of my stuff, and that's fine enough. Pork Bun, as far as I know, is good. I think I have 1 domain on them right now. I've got most of my stuff on Cloudflare. Because at some point, you're going to want to do the Cloudflare, like proxy anyway. Like, there's nothing that prevents you from doing the proxy for a domain that's not on Cloudflare. It's just, I don't know. But there is definitely something to be said about, like, centralizing all this stuff. And you don't necessarily want to do that. Yeah. But yeah, migrating domains is pretty easy, actually. And I think it's a good practice. Like, I still have domains I need to migrate off Namecheap because I'm lazy. I had something like 20 plus domain names on Namecheap before dude threatened to sue me. Now I think I got like 5 or 6. I mean, I make a lot of side projects. But yeah, real quick, hold on. We missed some follows, and I think I missed a hello as well. Milu1 Tauno Cripson. How do I pronounce that? Is it Tauno or Tauno? And then I'm going to guess Mendoza. Yeah, so me election, ready or not, Stream Parrot, I mean, technically I still own Proficientim. Actually, no, I think I gave up Proficientim. Like as far as like stream projects go, there's those three, and then there's Holiday, polling, so easy, it's like going on holiday. I don't know. I got a bunch of domains. So it is Mendoza. Awesome. Thank you. I'm glad I read that right. And then, so you say it's Tauno. I just want to know how to pronounce the Tauno part. Right? Is it like Tauno? Or is it more like Tauno? Right? Like a good phonetic spelling would help me make sure I get it right. So it is Tauno. Perfect. Cool. Shit. I mean, you could have thrown me a curveball and said, no, it's actually Ta Uno. You know, like, fuck it. All right. Ooh, Celestial. I would actually advise against doing your own email hosting. I would massively advise against doing your own email hosting. Because maintaining yourself, like, keeping your domain off of... Oh, okay. You just mean, like, using your domain name as, like, your... Yeah, okay. Got it. Just making sure. Yeah, email hosting is one of those things that people think is easy that is actually, like, a fucking nightmare. You have to, like, daily make sure you're not getting put on, like, the spam lists. So, yeah, okay. Just double checking. Yeah, 100%, dude. What the fuck is Dovecot? You know, like, you're going to have all those moments, too. It's not even, like, the effort of, like, maintaining it. Just even setting it up is annoying. Postfix and Dovecot and all that bullshit. Ugh. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh, my. And what's up, Fallen? How you doing? So yeah, for everyone just joining, it feels like we had a bunch of people just join, so I'll do a quick spiel on the project we're working on. If you want to check it out, it's at Project here. It's live, and you can use it, and you could technically pay for it. I don't know if it's necessarily worth the value yet. I'd like to think it is, but we're trying to make it more valuable. But also, I have so much work to do to the marketing site to like explain more of what we do and how we do it and blah, blah, blah. I just find like here on stream, building features is just more fun, right? Or not even features, but like doing optimization, which is what we're doing today. That's way more fun than doing like content bullshit. You know, like blog posts, frequently asked questions, support pages, help center, like all that. I really don't want to kind of bore you guys with that part. Like, I don't mind setting up the infrastructure part of like the blog or any of those things, but as far as like writing the blog posts here on stream, I find that to be like a little more boring than I think y'all would enjoy. And Gramitno, hold on, we'll allow that. For multiple MX route, you're hosting 30 plus domains, hundreds of email addresses. Yeah, I'm currently using Fastmail for something similar. But yeah, if you need to like be doing like business domain name hosting stuff and you want to do multiple, like many of them, yeah, Fastmail is great. I haven't heard of MX route before, but tomato, tomato. Megadoo. I haven't heard of that one at all. But yeah, I like Fastmail. You know, if we're plugging some shit. I feel like this should be expired. I don't necessarily want to load my fast mail on stream. So yeah, just saying. Zoho is good if you just want like a single domain's free hosting. Fastmail and I think MXRoute and some of these others are like you have a single login, but you can manage many domains from that same login, and they do like a smart way of like doing like the reply to stuff. Like it's kind of magical. Whereas Zoho is really what you would opt for if you just have a single domain you want to do it for, but you don't want to pay for someone to do it. Zoho has a free tier of like 10 mailboxes on a domain that is incredibly reasonable. But I just got tired of spinning up an entirely new Zoho account for each domain, which is probably against their TOS anyway, so, you know, be ethical. No one's perfect. But yeah, just saying. This is back before I started streaming. I didn't know any better. And I was being cheap. I just didn't want to pay for Gmail, right? Like Google Docs for Business. I just didn't want to do that. Right? Like per domain? Fuck that. Don't get me wrong. I do pay for Google Workspace for like my umbrella company. But then for like any like business I spin up under that umbrella company, they're going to go to Fastmail. Because eventually maybe I start employing people at the umbrella company, right? Whirligig Labs. At that point, yes, the idea of having like Google Sheets and all that bullshit, way cheaper than you know, Microsoft Office 365. Maybe it's not way cheaper. It's just, I don't know. Better experience, maybe. But yeah, ew, egg. How long has it taken me to get to this stage of this product? I've been working on it since... I'm going to say either like June or July. With like other things kind of like mixed in. You know, I work on various side projects like separate from this from time to time. I've got some open source stuff I need to like pivot and like merge some PRs for and stuff like that. But, you know, there's only so much time in the day. I'd love to just like win the lottery or something so I can just work on this shit as the only thing I got to worry about. That'd be so much nicer, wouldn't it? Sorry, you didn't see it. Fingers crossed, one of these days. Just as a bit of context, I know I said this earlier. I got into dev and tech in general because I'm an ideas guy. Like, I just want to make stuff. I just want it to exist. Like, I got these ideas, man. And I just knew I'd never be able to afford to pay someone to do it for me. See, I actually call bullshit on that one. I bet you have ideas all the time. You're just not writing them down. Or you think you're not capable of them. Or you think they're too complex or whatever, right? All of those ideas, throw them into a Trello board, man. And then, before you know it, you'll have a Trello board that is thick. Oh my God. Are all of these good ideas? No. But they're there. If there's something I want to work on, well, yeah, we can do it. Voila. And in fact, hold on, let's do that. I think we have Followversary bot going, but we haven't seen it chime in a while. Yeah. Guess food? We didn't start that. I'll just throw it in there somewhere. Precog. We actually... Nope, that is done. Yep, we did that one. Sure, there's more to do, but kind of gave up on it. This one's Walter, right? Grumbler. GitHub Project Health Score. Lua Snapshot Testing. That one's like stalled, but I'd call it done enough. Yeah, dude. It's crazy how much stuff we work on here on stream. Okay, so Wordle style battleships puzzle game. I believe it was based off of this, right? So it's some kind of like puzzle game. And then anyone who's been here before, we also had like a Words with Friends style battleship game as well. I'd love to pick that one back up too. I'd love to pick that one back up. Right? Like you can play Battleship with someone, but you don't necessarily need to like finish it right now, right? It's Words with Friends, so you can like just respond when you see fit and then maybe put a timer on it so you know, keep the game going. So then you could just have like multiple games of Battleship going concurrently. Oh no, that sounds like a super easy and fun game to make. And we were building it at one point before that hard drive crashed. So people who've been watching the stream long enough, remember that. People that don't, let me at least explain. I was trying to evaluate whether React Native was viable for building games. Now, would I want to do it for like heavy FPS style games, right? Like high frames per second? Probably not. But for other kinds of games, oh, maybe. You know what? That's not a bad idea. So I ended up starting to build that game, right? The Words with Friends Battleship game. I was building it in React Native. And then I decided I wanted to understand the differences between React Native and NativeScript. So we were doing a Svelte native version of it. And then we were also doing using a proper game framework called Solar 2D. It was originally called the Corona SDK. I wonder why they renamed it. And yeah, that was some like Lua stuff. So yeah, like we were building like every feature in all three just to mess with it. They didn't want the free publicity. There you go. Because technically there is such thing as bad publicity. You miss getting cheap Corona beer? Have Coronas gotten expensive these days? Which felt the best to write? I think that's a bit trickier. I think the big thing is that like styling was really easy in React Native and NativeScript, right? Because it's very like synonymous with the CSS I'm used to, right? Solar 2D was actually way better at some of like the drag and drop stuff and like pinch to zoom and some of those things. They were just solved. And that was actually one of the big things that I liked differently between React Native and NativeScript. NativeScript, you could attach like pinch to zoom handlers to each element. Whereas with like with React Native, you basically need to do like a global one and then determine like what you're intersecting with. Like it's a little gross. But Solar 2D was closer to like the native script where like, no, you just attach like the handlers to these things. Doesn't 3 fiber work in native? I wasn't doing 3D though, right? This was all 2D, right? So Solar 2D is a 2D game framework. So I was putting the constraint on making it 2D because it's just a battleship game, right? So it's just a top-down view of the game Battleship. Like pretty straightforward, right? Love 2D as well. Yeah, for people who don't know, I actually, when I was starting out as a dev, I wanted to make games. And one of the frameworks I actually messed with was called Moai. Game engine. I doubt it's even there. Yeah, the website's probably dead, like done and dusted. But if we go look at it, right, it was by Zipline Games, down since 2018, like super old school. But Harebrained Schemes made this game Crimson Steam Pirates. And I'm a huge fan of Harebrained Schemes, right? Because they're like from Seattle, like they're cool, you know? Right? They made that game Shadowrun, like the Shadowrun Returns, like Kickstarter and all that. Like, yeah, they made a bunch of cool shit. And technically, they weren't making these other games with that, but they did make a game called The Middle Manager of Justice. Yeah, the logo's great. And Tano, what's up? Why you posting Messijo? Are you saying it doesn't work or something? But yeah, like Middle Manager of Justice was good. It was basically like, you know that new game, Dispatch or whatever, where it's like watching a movie, but like you do some stuff. Yeah, Middle Manager of Justice was way before that. Where you're just like dispatching the heroes and doing that stuff. Yeah, it was a really fun game. I liked Dispatch as well. But yeah, like, dude, we're talking back in like 2011-ish or 2012, they made Middle Manager of Justice. But yeah, I can't believe Paradox acquired them. I didn't know that. Can I show Messijo? Yeah, we were showing it a minute ago. This is it right here. And yeah, Celestial. That is a fun game, isn't it? Yeah, for sure. And then just making like a Wordle version of that? Why not? That'd be an easy enough thing. Hold on. What is this related to? Which Theo do we think this is about? Totally different Theo. Totally different Theo. Okay, just curious. Messijo is for social media managers at businesses. Right? So if you are a software company and you think what you're building is better for, let's just say, whatever Jira does, could you listen for the keyword Jira, and then eventually, like the thing we're talking about here that we're building is lenses, and listen for people complaining about something in Jira? Could you slide into that thread as a reply guy talking about how good your product is? Sure, that's one use case. Could you also listen for people complaining about your product, but they forgot to tag you? Do you want to like have support slide in as a reply guy to let them know that, hey, we're working on it, or hey, here's how you could do that, or hey, submit a support ticket or something, right? So there's a whole bunch of ways in which businesses need to interact with social media, and paying someone to just like comb social media all day, that's a full-time job. And then that same person still has to be making like social content as well. So instead, could you get notifications to the right people within an org in some way? Right now, I'm niching down into tech, but theoretically, you could use it for other things. But I am focusing on tech because the platforms I'm on are Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters, as far as like what I'm listening for messages from. I could expand it to like Reddit and other things, but right now we still haven't solved the haystack problem, and that's what lenses are for. So as an idea, if I turn this off, people have mentioned Theo, right? 8,900 times within, I don't know, the past X amount of months, because something's wrong with me, like, culling things. But, yeah, instead, do I just want to listen to when, like, Theo is talking about, you know, Anthropic or something? Sure, maybe. I'm not sure what a KOL is. I don't know, man. Yeah, the idea is that this is a business focused thing for like what I'm mainly trying to do. And the idea is you can do your own brand management and replying on social media. You can also do competitor like analysis and adversarial posting. You know, could Burger King use it to slide into replies when people are talking shit on McDonald's? Sure. Right? So I think there's a lot of value to something like that. And I'm way cheaper than some of the bigger names in this space, like mention.com. Like they're like $600 a month or some shit. Key opinion leader. So this isn't about listening to specific accounts. No, this is about more like keyword matching. I think specific account listening is a totally separate thing. Like this is not focused on influencers, despite the fact that I'm like, you know, showing Theo here. Mainly because I know Theo, not like that personally, but personally, you know, I've been to his place. I think I'm actually closer with Mark at this point, his like co-founder. We're still not super close, but I think me and Mark get each other better than me and Theo get each other, but Theo's still a good dude. Do I agree with every single thing he posts and says? No, because, like, the world would suck if everyone thought the same. Like, disagreement's important, as long as you're respectful about it. And I think that's a big thing Theo values. Respectful disagreement is huge. There you go. You're entitled to that opinion. It just sucks. But I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a good one. But yeah, anyway, Theo invests in businesses and he knows other people that he could rally around and all that. Like, I've had these conversations with Theo a bunch of times about other things that I've been building because I'm just one of those kind of dudes that likes to build something that maybe could be a business. There have been conversations where he's like, I'd invest in that if. And then there's like qualifiers, of course, right? I still don't think the thing he said that about is actually valuable anymore. I think it's just better as an open source library. But this, I might be able to convince him of this at some point. Or at least have him like validate if the idea is valuable. That's the only reason I have him in this like keywords list. Because it actually shows like a major problem, right? The word Theo is so fucking common that it's a really bad keyword match. But it proves the idea around lenses. Is Theo talking about Anthropic? Yeah, this is all Theo T3.gg stuff. So at that point, this lens is proving out the haystack problem. Of 8,900 messages, we've got 9 that, you know, if he were to get them immediately, he could respond and do something and blah, blah, right? Like it could help him filter out some of the bullshit of doom scrolling Twitter. Because not everyone's going to tag him. This one did. Okay. Right? There is no tagging on Hacker News. So yeah, that's the basic gist, right? Keyword matching, helping brands respond to social media before the message is stale, right? Which is why I don't care about historical data, at least at the moment. And I think that is a big thing that other businesses in this space, right, the social media watching space, are doing. They care more about like the historical aspect of it. I care about immediacy, right? Like the timeliness of a response is almost as valuable as the response itself. That's at least like my key theory. Uh, uh, Tano, are you one of those fucking scammers? Are you like those dudes I had to ban yesterday and the few days before? I want no part of that. Can you at least show it to me? All right. It's just like that pump.fun shit. So yeah, I got another thing I need to DMCA takedown. Yeah. Now, that shit is a fucking scam, dude. I don't want any part of that. I want zero fucking part of it. It's attaching my name to fucking gambling, basically. I want no part of that. It's just as bad as the pump.fun bullshit, too. So I'm just going to say right now, Tano, 42, anyone else coming from that bullshit, that shit is a blight on society. I think crypto as a technology is interesting. As an investment mechanism, less so. But yes, I'll use the actual shit. Yeah, exactly. Right? Some fucking troll. So, yep, now we can just report and move on. Right? Like, how quick these fucking scam artists go from, hey, well, I just came from there, to fucking, they hate your guts because you don't want to get in on the scam. Yeah, such a fucking waste of everyone's time. Absolute scam artist. Like, what the fuck, man? It is a scam. So yeah, mods, I encourage you to report 42 BBL as well. Totally up to you, though. It's not a scam, it's a fund. It's not a pyramid scheme, it's an inverted funnel. I've actually heard someone say that legitimately before. I had friends that got into the whole like Monavi or whatever, right? That like that bullshit fucking what was that berry that people were like all up in arms about? Like, oh my god, it's a superfood. What was that berry? Right? Y'all remember? Acai berry. Yes, I'm pretty sure that was it. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's a fucking scam on my behalf. So now I got a DMCA takedown that shit. I had to do it with Pump.fun. I guarantee they're hosted on Vercel or some shit. It's actually really simple to submit a DMCA takedown to anything hosted on Vercel. It's probably the same Pump.fun asshole. Yeah, whatever. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to schedule. Publish now. Whatever. Dude, such a fucking scam. So then, yeah, Tano. You gonna be a dick about it too? Or are you actually cool? I don't mind having a crypto scam artist as a viewer as long as they're not bringing that shit up anymore. It's the same fucking assholes that were pushing Pump.fun, what, 6 months ago? It's so fucking annoying. I looked at the fund. There's $7 whole waiting there for me. I just got to sell my soul for them. No big deal. My soul's worth $7, right? If I was going to do that shit, I'd be streaming on Kick. Now, it's the biggest sign that we're in a bubble with this agentic bullshit. It's the absolute biggest sign. The bubble will pop. We'll go into a crypto and a fucking AI winter. And then actual good products might spin up out of it. We still haven't seen that with crypto yet, though, right? Maybe that's the wrong thing, right? Like Coinbase, whatever, right? The platforms for trading are maybe like all right. But what is a good application of blockchain? Right? And I still don't think we've seen a good application of blockchain. I think decentralized identity was getting close. But it's still centralized. It's still just this one thing that somebody controls and is centralized. Like, as much as Block wanted to claim it was decentralized, as much as Microsoft was pushing the decentralized identity, it's still very centralized. There's still like these points in the chain that if they fail, everything fails. And it's really annoying. But whatever. Anyway. Prime's latest video on Salesforce? Prime made a Salesforce video? I don't know. Like I've said, I don't watch video content for tech. I'd rather read a blog post. But monetizing a blog is insanely hard to do. So I get it. I'll pass the video through some like summarizer. And I consider Prime a friend. I just don't watch video content for tech stuff, for tech news, for anything really. I watch snowboard videos on YouTube. I use YouTube for listening to music sometimes. And that's about it. Oh, them letting 4,000 people go due to AI and then regretting it? I mean, yeah, they're regretting it, but honestly, AI was a smokescreen. AI was an excuse to lay off 4,000 people that wouldn't affect their fucking stock value. And now they can hire overseas and make a profit off of it, right? That's what a bunch of these fucking companies are doing. They're just laying off people with the excuse of AI so that they can hire offshore developers at a fraction of the cost. That's it. But in the past, laying off 4,000 people would have tanked your fucking stock value. Now, if they just blame AI, stock value goes up. It's fucking crazy. Another big sign we're in an AI bubble. Yeah, we overhired during COVID. Sounds bad to shareholders too. Exactly. Like, they need to cut people, but AI is a really good smokescreen for doing so. Dude, there is a crash coming. When is it going to happen? I have no idea. But there is a crash coming. Right? As human beings, we're bad at predicting timelines. We're pretty good at predicting things happening over time. Ish, you know. I think there's like a little bit of shade to that statement because science fiction has predicted a bunch of the technology that we have now. Well, yeah, where do you think the people that created that technology got the idea? Science fiction. So it's not that science fiction predicted the future, it's that people copied science fiction to create things. So I think that's tougher, right? But like the freeway system, first written about in sci-fi. Like a whole bunch of shit that we have right now, like the phone in our pocket, like all that shit. Predicted by sci-fi or written about by sci-fi and then people created it. Oh, we had more of those like crypto scammers come in, DevLatbo. And now I'm just like on a tangential rant about it. You know, typical CM griffing stream. I did like a little bit of code and now it's rant time. I should probably turn these rants into YouTube content. I'm just I'm just lazy. I don't know, man. But whatever. At least one of them was kind of cool. He wasn't like a total fucking asshole when I told him that I think the crypto people suck. So that's cool. But that other dude, man. The moment I told him he was a fucking scam artist, I wasn't even a dick about it yet. He went scorched earth. Have someone do the YouTube content? Honestly, I'd give them all of the fucking ad revenue from YouTube content, for sure. Like, yeah, I wouldn't make much off of ad revenue at this point, so it's hard to justify. So instead, I got to pay someone to do the editing and all that shit. It's just, I don't know. I think the big problem is for work, I do video stuff as well, and it does not motivate me to do video stuff on my own time. I'd rather play some video games. I'd rather just be streaming like this, you know? So that's definitely like the hardest part for me. I think the craziest part is like, I'm not against crypto in general. Like, I have investments into like Bitcoin and Solana and some of that shit. But it's the scam coins, the fucking meme coins, man. Ugh. Just the fucking worst. All the people that are just trying to pump and pull that bullshit, right? The rug pull as a business. Rug pulls as a service is basically it. Like, dude, they're the fucking worst. Well, you're just a broke boy. Like, I'd rather be broke than a douchebag, you know? And some people would rather be a douchebag than be broke. And that is one of the fundamental differences in society. And it's how you can find the people who are like your own. Right? I've got a stream here mostly full of people. I'm sure like some of the scam artist crypto people are lurking still. But I've got a stream mostly full of people that would rather be broke than a douchebag. I don't know for sure. I'm probably speaking on some people's behalf in a way that they don't appreciate. but it seems like that for the most part. I like the community I've cultivated. If it means I'll never have 1,000 viewers concurrently, I'm okay with it. Again, I'd rather be broke than a douchebag. Anyway, should we get back to like analyzing some queries, I guess? I guess. Ooh. List orgs with admin metadata. Where are we even calling that? There we go. That was it. So honestly, this is an admin endpoint, so it's probably not even important. Let's look at it anyway. I think there's another endpoint that's way more useful. All right, so hold on. If we look at this, how much? Yeah, you guys can see this. So basically, right, we look at what we're listing and aggregating. Honestly, we see hash joins on these things. Right, these numbers, we don't have a join explosion whatsoever. You got to go to sleep? Yeah, no worries, DevLatbo. We'll see you again soon. I won't be on this channel tomorrow. I will be over on the Get Kraken channel for like what looks like 2.5, maybe 3 or 4 hours, something like that, tomorrow. So I'll do an announcement over in the Discord if you want to join me. I'll be working on a thing for Get Kraken for like a convince your boss to pay for Get Kraken like chatbot kind of thing. It'll be like one of those like it's like Claude.com or AI or whatever, right? Where you type into the chatbot and it does the stuff. But it's like it's purely about like, hey, I want to get my boss to pay for Get Kraken. And then like how do you convince them? And you can like practice that conversation of understanding like how to present the value that it brings and stuff like that. I think that's kind of a fun app. Whether we ever launch it or not, I think it's kind of cool, but it's at least good content tomorrow. Just doing more Adobe stuff. Nice. But yeah, so that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. And then I'll probably be on like the gaming channel for just like some co-working stuff. And then around 6, I think we got some Borderlands 4 with a couple friends on our typical Wednesday night. And then I'll be back on this channel on Thursday. So I'll see you at least here on Thursday, right? But yeah, have a good night. Later, Dev, Latbo. And it is 6 p.m. I do need to maybe order Indian food here eventually, because I don't feel like cooking tonight. Let me just look and see. I know I got other food I could cook. I'm just feeling lazy about it right now. All right, so yeah. Can't order the Indian food now anyway because it's like busy time. So I refuse. We'll wait, you know. But yeah, 40 bucks. It's a thing, but also it's a solid meal. And then hold on. So Monobrain Chris, what's the double O here? Where do you see a double O? Oh, no. So this is the O, and then this is the 0. The O stands for organization, and the 0 is just like the first O, right? So this is just something that SQL kind of generated for us, right? This is the SQL query that was generated by Ecto, our query builder. But that same thing is like, we call it org, but they're calling it O0 because technically they could join on O again and it would be O1, right? So it's just something that like query builders and ORMs do to simplify the SQL statement. Like technically you can see like we've got O0 and then eventually we start to see, where is it? And when we see O2, I must have missed where O1 got created somewhere because they don't typically increment that value without it. But yeah, so like, I don't know. It's just a way of aliasing the row. But okay, so to me, this query looks good. This query looks fine. I don't think there's anything we need to optimize about it. So we'll go to the next one. Oh, hold on. You think a subquery is better here? I mean, if we're looking at it, I don't know, like none of these numbers actually seem that big of a deal to me. And technically, this is just an admin thing. So for me as an admin, I don't give a shit about the performance of this that much. Right? This is the only place that query is used. And it's just for me as an admin to like look at the businesses in my product and decide to do something. So when is this number going to be big enough that it's an issue, etc.? At some point, I'm the only person touching this for now until I have employees. I don't think there's value in optimizing this in any way. And I don't think the count distinct is actually that big of a deal. Like, it would be a problem if we had a join explosion, but we don't have a join explosion. Like, this is pretty chill. The biggest thing about optimization is you should be optimizing things that actually have an impact, and this would not have an impact on my users or myself until way fucking down the line, in my opinion. Perfect is absolutely the enemy of good. But yeah, so this one, though, list orgs with roles, this is not an admin one. If there is no explosion, then distinct shouldn't be needed. That's fine. And I get that. But again, we'll approach it when it's actually an issue. I don't think it's worth dealing with right now. Sorry, like, I don't think there's value in worrying about that right now. However, right, we can go back. We can do this hard refresh, and fetching all of the orgs for a user could be a thing. All right, so now this one could be a thing. But yeah, you're right. I probably added the distinct naively, and I shouldn't have. So I'll admit to that for sure. So we format the squeal. Oh, shit. Oh, because, yeah, that's no good. There we go. Will it blend? .029 milliseconds. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a problem with that one either. All right, there's not going to be a join explosion. We have indexes on most stuff, but it's doing sequential scans because the rows aren't enough anyway. Like, we absolutely have indexes on these, I'm pretty sure. Like, on all the stuff we need. It's just doing a sequential scan because the query optimizer didn't think anything more was necessary. Now, do I need to start seeding a bunch of data to make the amount of orgs, like, way heavier? That might be a thing. That's probably not a bad idea. What I'd rather start doing instead of optimizing this is set up Sentry to somehow receive slow query logs as like an error. And I'm not necessarily sure how to do that part yet. But, like, I mean, if we consider this, like, I don't think this is ever going to be a slow query because a single user is only really going to have however many orgs. Like, I'm attached to 5 orgs in this app, I guess. Is that true? Yeah, that's true. I'm attached to 5 orgs, but, like, no user is going to be attached to thousands, right? And if they are, well, that's kind of their own fault. So I don't imagine this query is ever going to be super fucking slow. So no, Monobrain Chris, we actually had this happen recently where, yes, if we if we do things wrong, we can get a thing called a join explosion. And I believe it's in this one somewhere, right? I'm trying to remember which one of these they were like, they had the really funny statement. So, I mean, this is what they call it, the join explosion. There was a better or a more fun way that they categorized this, but it's basically like, you know, we do a join on lens results from events, and that's 829 rows. And then we have 2,361 rows per lens, and then all of a sudden we do a join for every result for every lens. Since there are 3 lenses, the math is roughly that times 2,300, and then bam, 5.8 million rows. And then we're condensing those rows back down to 3. So this is a case where even with all the proper indexes, the way that we were doing the joins was creating way too many rows to then like aggregate and condense back down. So yes, it's not necessarily like the amount of rows because we don't have that many. It's just 2,300, but we had 3 lenses. Or, hold on, no, 3 times... I don't know. I forget exactly where all this stuff is happening, but, like, yeah, at some point you get this, like, explosion of joins, and you got to figure it out, right? And then the final node is just aggregating by the ID here. So we're calculating counts or sums across all of that shit. By joining them first, we're overcounting. And then that's where we ended up needing the distinct, like CodeShutter was saying. But really, if we had just done subqueries, problem solved. So there are definitely cases where even if you have the right indexes, it doesn't matter because you're doing too much shit, right? I just watched this bit again last night. There's too much shit on me. I can't fucking breathe. There's too much shit on me. No, we are only joining on IDs. No. I think you misunderstand. We are only joining on IDs. It was a shitload of joins. But instead, the joins were just strict joins instead of these subqueries that you see. No, we're not joining on anything other than IDs that have proper indexes. And we had everything indexed exactly properly, like totally fine. The issue was simply that we're doing this left join on too much shit. So instead, left joining on a subquery is more performant. Sorry for the burp. It's like a subtle difference. But yes, we had all the indexes we needed for all of this stuff. But it was just too many rows because of the explosion. And I'm not going to lie. This is the first time I've dealt with a join explosion like this. I mean, it's the first time I've had this much like data to work with. In other things where I've had similar amounts of data, I was using DynamoDB and I had my keys set up great. Like shit was fast. Because you're not doing joins in DynamoDB because it's not a relational database. It's a giant single table data design. But I didn't want to do sparse like table rows in SQL. Like I consider that a bad pattern. One of the recommendations they gave me was in some place I have notifications, then I have notifications SMS, notifications email, notifications Slack, notifications Discord, right? And these are all separate tables. because to me, normalizing that data properly makes sense. One of their recommendations was, no, just make it a polymorphic table and have sparse rows. I don't like the idea of sparse rows. Unless it's fucking Dynamo. And then that's how you have to do it. Is that maybe something I should get over? Right? My aversion to sparse rows in SQL? Maybe. Polymorphism in general is tricky. All right, let's check on DoorDash. They gonna let me do the express order yet? Nope. All right, so what we can do is, let me go pee. Because I broke the seal. I do have to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And then I think we've done the query optimizations that I cared about. And yes, I agree, Code Shutter. You're probably right. We don't need the distinct in some places, but it just doesn't feel like an issue to me at the moment to fix those. And I don't see a case where it's ever going to be like a huge problem. So at that point, like it does really feel like a premature optimization. And again, I think we all know about premature optimization. No, I completely get it, Coach Sugar. I completely get it. I'm just pointing out, like, I'm not disregarding you because you're wrong, because I think you're totally right. I'm disregarding the need to optimize it because I just don't think it needs to be optimized yet. And I don't know if it ever will, because I don't think the amount of data for those exact queries is going to be large enough for a single user, you know? So FN Goofs, you've had to fix a bunch of like count distinct that like you didn't want to? Like I simply think, like, as an admin, listing orgs with admin metadata, this is only going to be a problem when I have like thousands of users. Like, I don't even have pagination on this endpoint yet. Pagination would fix all my problems anyway. So I should probably just do pagination before I worry about the query. As an example, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Like, I think there are other ways to worry about the experience of this, but for the admin metadata, dude, I'm the only person that's going to be dealing with that. You know what? I can deal with a 5-second delay. It's not going to affect my users. And then this one, dude, no user is going to have 1,000 orgs. So this is never going to have some crazy join explosion either, right? So I'm rationalizing it. I'm not trying to like hammer it home. I'm not trying to like be a dick about it. I'm making this point for myself so I can explain it better later, right? The more I talk about it, the better I get at talking about it. Real quick though, let me go pee. I had to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Give him an enema.
Alrighty. That was a good restroom break. And I'm back. What's up, ACM? How you doing? Welcome back. All right, another thing, right? We massively overdid the whiskeys during holidays. We have started cutting down. Yeah, exactly. But can I just say, like, yeah, we massively overdid it on Friday. That was my first day back. You know, after like being away for a week. Since then, I've only had 2 or 3 whiskeys. Fuzzy 2 whiskeys per day. This is number 3 today. I'm okay with it. Trying to pace myself a little. Like, in general, I want to cut down. But also, I like to party. My name's Chris, and I like to party. So yeah, this will probably be the last whiskey of the day, at least. But we can get what we got pushed up. How's it going, Sim Man? So you messed up the quote, right? You should have then chimed in like, my name's Sim and I also like to party. And then I would have said, no, I'm the only one here who parties. And then, boom, the reference to Hot Rod would have been complete. I know for a fact you don't party. Like, you know, yeah. If you haven't seen the movie Hot Rod, it's a fun film. It's definitely like a little off the wall in some cases, but not bad. Nah, it's all right. Missed opportunity. But yeah, we did some good SQL optimization. Let's add some stuff. We'll go add lib and priv. All right, so optimize several queries and add indexes where needed. And yeah, again, code shutter. I really do appreciate the feedback. Like, yeah. I want to make sure that you don't feel like I'm slighting you by not doing it. All right, so we get that pushed up. And hold on, I do follow him, yeah? Okay, cool. Just double checking. I'm seeing this a lot. I feel like I only see it be done by questionable people. What do you think about people who repost their own content? I'm not even saying like repost with a comment. I mean just like straight up like they repost without quote. Like on Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever. It's fucking weird, right? It's fucking weird. Like you make a post on the 19th, you repost it the next day. That's fucking weird, right? Like, if the algorithm is fucking you, just deal with it, dude. Don't be weird. Not gonna lie. The person I see doing this the most is a dude who does the follow for follow shit, too. Like, he advertises, like, hey, everyone, just chiming in again. If you follow me and you're in tech, I'll absolutely follow you back. There's just something really, like, disingenuous about people like that, you know? It comes right back to the whole I'd rather be broke than be a douchebag. Doesn't mean I'm not going to try something every once in a while. But man, I think that's what it comes down to. I'd rather be broke than be a douchebag. I think that's like a meme. That's like a new meme on this channel, even if you guys aren't laughing about it. It's pretty normal for accounts where social media is a main part of their job. This dude's like a CEO or something, right? Like, dude, is this really a thing a CEO should give a shit about? It's just weird. I don't know, man. Like, it makes me question the product they make, you know? If you're a CEO and you're doing these, like, weird hacks, right? Like social media hacks and life hacks and blah, blah, it just makes me question your product. I don't know. Yeah. I'm old. This person's old too. This person's older than I am. Actually, I don't know that for sure. Like, I'm old enough at this point where I'll be chatting with people and I'll see them and they'll be talking and then they're just like, so yeah, I just turned 38 and I'm just like, what? How am I older than you? And it starts to blow my fucking mind. Like, it starts to blow my mind. Some of these people that look obviously 50 who are like 38 or something. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, my hairline ages me. I get that. Like, if I didn't wear a beanie, you'd be like, oh yeah, this dude's 40. Sure, I get it. When I was 30, you could look at my hairline and be like, oh yeah, this dude's 40. I got balding on both sides of the family. No, so I'm 41. I'm closer to being double your age than you thought, at least. No, I'm talking like these other people are like, I'm 38. And I'm like, You're 38? Jesus fucking Christ, man. You got some city miles on you. Like, I don't know. That's one of those things. I spent my entire 20s as a ski bum, and I covered up my face from the sun during, like, the Mount Hood summers. So I'd like to think that this doesn't look like the skin of a 41-year-old, but the bags under my eyes have bags under their eyes, so you never know. You never know. I got them Steve Buscemi eyes, don't I? You'd say mid-30s? I think that's just because I'm chubby, right? People naturally just get fat at mid-30s. If I was thin still, I don't know. You'd probably say low 30s. But all right, so what's our plan? Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to, like, name and shame the person that does this, like, stuff. I don't know. Yeah. I just find it questionable, and I was talking about the practice, not the person. Let's just point that out. Let's not be a dick. You thought about making a LinkedIn account to make fun of those self-advertising wackos, but found a channel on YouTube who does this. There's also a subreddit, Code Shutter. You might just enjoy this subreddit. LinkedIn Lunatics? Yeah. You should probably just subscribe to this subreddit. This is probably where that one dude's getting all his content. Right? This is probably where that YouTube channel is getting their content anyway. Yeah, fuck you for loyalty, apparently. And then businesses wonder why we jump ship from business to business every 2 years. Because they don't give us the raises that we actually deserve. Like, the raise that I got last year didn't even meet inflation. Now, granted, the salary I got was higher than they were anticipating, so we'll see if this year things happen or not. I've definitely had people reaching out for roles, you know? But I like the company, I like the people I work with. However, there's definitely some level of, like, respect to the raise that you give someone each year, and whether you even give it. Sure. No fucking way, dude. This one's good. So this one's like roasting, like within a roasting. This is a roast within a roast. So humble, so honored and humbled to be ruled to speak at this business panel event, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, he's in an empty auditorium. He just climbed on stage during the lunch break. Like, what the fuck, dude? If that's real, oh my God. Oh, we're in a bubble. Oh, we are in such a fucking bubble. I don't know what that bubble is, but that's definitely one of the bubbles. Whoa, dude.
At least the comments are all disagreeing with him. Yeah, like, dude, AI consultant. 88% of companies use AI. Blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, this is the same shit. This is like those bag.fun people, but this guy thinks he's legit. This guy thinks he's actually legit. There's no way to quantify the amount of customers that will pick up the phone, call you, talk to an AI, and just put down the phone. And you can't even quantify that value lost. The $50K a year is probably worth it, depending on your business. Like, dude, yeah, and it's just endless, man. It's just so much like endless, like LinkedIn lunatic bullshit. All of this stuff is why tech professionals don't take LinkedIn seriously. This is kind of funny. This one's kind of funny, right? This dude, Fernando Mendoza, he's some college football quarterback guy who got a Heisman Trophy and got the MVP. Like, he's already updated that shit. Now, do we think he's doing it, or do we think he already has an agent? I think he already has an agent, and the agent updated that shit for him. Three touchdowns in one game? I mean, it's college. Like, I don't know. I don't want to read too much into anything like that. Same. Sure, man. Yeah, no, that sounds cool. As long as it's not another bags.fun fucking thing. And I know you wouldn't do that anyway. I didn't watch the game because I don't watch college football because I just don't. But was it a cool game to watch, Coach Hutter? I've actually heard that college football is actually more fun to watch because it's less polished. I really feel like the people saying that are people that went to a college that they root for instead. Oh, that was an Al Bundy reference. Okay. Nailed it. That's even better. Fuck, I can't believe I missed a fucking TV show reference. Are you kidding me? Now, if you had started doing the bit from Little Giants, I might have caught it. Yeah. If you had started doing like Al Bundy's like Little Giants quotes, then okay. Then I might have gotten it. College sports is better because they're trying to play for their future instead of a job. Sure. Okay. I could see that. I think it would be more fun because, like, it's not as polished, you know? Like, I'd rather see a mediocre band live than listen to their album, you know? And there's something about that. Like, some of the songs a band might play live sound just better in person. But then you listen to the record and you're like, oh, this sucks. I've done that with a bunch of fucking, like, opening bands, you know? Like, you go to a concert, the opening band, you're like, damn, that's fucking good. I like this. And then you go back and actually listen to the album the next day and you're like, oh, I liked this? Huh. I think that's it. I think that's totally it, right? It's like the opening band phenomenon. That is what college sports are. It's unpolished, but you're seeing it like more real, So it's better that way? I don't know. And then also people that just went to a school and are a fan of a school and they want to see their team succeed. Oh, I thought you were about to do the quote. I read the first bit and I was like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, okay, that's not the quote. All right, never mind. If you're not aware, there's an Always Sunny in Philadelphia quote that Charlie says. Charlie, like the dunce, you know, like arguably the stupidest one of the bunch. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. He's dead on balls accurate. It's not about the notes you play, it's about the notes you don't play. And I know that's what jazz says, but they're doing it the wrong way. I know jazz people are like, no, it's not about the notes I'm playing, it's about the notes that I'm not playing. Yeah, could you actually internalize that and think about that statement? Just play less notes. Like, you know, like... But that is my absolute favorite Charlie quote from the entire series, from any episode ever. He has a bunch of good ones, but that one is chef's kiss. So good. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. But then, yeah, when you're live, when you're hanging out, yeah, jazz is kind of good. I think I'm a fan of jazz. And then you go and put it on when you're just like driving or something, and you're wondering why you're so like stressed out. Because there's too much shit going on. All right, so let's close down some of this stuff. You like a lot of shit going on, so I'm guessing you really, really like electro swing, right? Hold on, wait. I missed it. Sorry, Sang. 1 second. Sounds like something you'd be into. Yeah. Oh my god, too many unnecessary notes. Can we just be honest? The Last Supper sounds like a miserable fucking dining affair, right? You want to listen to someone saying something, you got to like crane your head over the table to like make eye contact with them. Couldn't you just use the other side of the table? What the fuck, dude? This is a miserable dining experience, okay? Like a wedding when the music's too loud. Sure. Like a wedding without an open bar. Cash bar? Fuck, I'm out. You should have said that on the invitation. Beer and wine only? Fuck. You should have said that on the invitation. Just kidding. I'm at a point in my life where beer and wine only? Oh man, I'm going to bankrupt you on the amount of wine I drink then. Deal with it. You mean the fancy grape juice? Yeah, I can drink fancy grape juice. Don't mind me. I'm going to look like a fucking mentat by the end of this shit. Some people got that reference. The juice of Sappho, right? Some people got that reference. I'm going to look like a fucking mentat by the end of this. Damn it, DoorDash, you're still doing the express thing? Like an hour later? I might not be eating Indian food tonight. I got stuff I can cook. Fuck it. I could wash a dish or two. I refuse to order DoorDash without the express, like, direct to me thing. I fucking refuse. I've gotten cold food too many times. All right, so yeah, we did some slow query stuff. We did some of that. Did some of that. Did that. We're just closing up tabs because our next bit is we want to work on the onboarding for lenses. Like for the entire application, actually. What is that onboarding process going to look like? I think that's important. We'll leave Agentastic because I will forget about it. Gastown will be hard to forget. But yeah, like, I get it. And hold on, there's some, like, new agent bullshit, right? Fuck. I think it's over on my personal MacBook. There's, like, another agentic abstraction besides Ralph and Gastown. It's like the cog, and then there's another, it's like orcs or something. Like, it's crazy to me the amount of, like, weird abstractions we're getting. And I kind of like that. Like, Gastown with its weird, like, the Proctor, and I don't even know the names, right? Like, hold on. Shit. I don't even remember where the link goes. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Is anyone here heavily into, like, the agent orchestration tools? I am very curious about that. Right? Like Gastown or Agentastic or... Fuck if I know. Like, I guess there's beads? Okay, sure. Have you not heard of Gastown? It's this thing by Steve Yegi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. They're tools for orchestrating multiple AI agents, right? It's a new take on the IDE for 2026. It helps you with the tedium of running lots of Claude Code instances. Stuff gets lost, it's hard to track who's doing what, etc. Gastown helps with all that yak shaving and lets you focus on what your Claude codes are working on. So this is basically like, do you want to run like 5 separate like terminal tabs running Claude Code doing various bullshit, like literally bullshit? Okay, yeah, so, like, yeah. Yep, yeah, no, I believe you are actually dealing with all of the same shit, man. Yeah, read this article, check out Gastown. There's other orchestrators, too. It's about orchestrating all these other fucking agents and shit. And it seems interesting, at the bare minimum. It does seem a little snake oil-like. But that's me, like, I'm not trying to be a Luddite. I'm just trying to be realistic, you know? Like, a healthy bit of skepticism, I think most people would benefit from a healthy bit of skepticism. There are too many people riding hype waves left and right. Like the fucking crypto bros that keep brigading this channel. Like, it's a light brigade. Like the ride of the light brigade. Okay, I really enjoyed that pun. Charge of the Light Brigade. Damn it, that's the name. Charge of the Light Brigade, Ride of the Valkyries. I mix those two things up every time. Are they even a different song? Aren't they the same song? I swear they're the same song. No, I could be wrong. I am definitely wrong about that. But yeah, like, dude, just these fucking, like, crypto bros that keep coming in here to, like, pump that bags out fun bullshit, that scam. It's a fucking scam. Someone's going to make money. It's not going to be you. They'll kick some money to the people they're making money off of on their behalf. But it's not going to be you. Someone's going to pull the rug before you make any money off that shit. But yeah, like the whole like agent orchestrator thing is like a meme at this point. Like, there will be a tool that wins. I fucking hate being an early adopter. The entire market system works on the... No, I don't think Bags.fun is that. I think Bags.fun is absolutely the next evolution of Pump.fun, and it's the same actual, like, bullshit. People are just rug pulling left and right. Just because a percentage of, like, the gas fees, or whatever you want to call it, goes to some creator, it's still a fucking scam, dude. Someone is getting rug pulled no matter what. Someone is getting fucking rug pulled. Ooh, Primus is coming to Redmond. They're going to be playing out in at Marymore. Wait, when is this concert? May 23rd. Okay, Marymore could be good in May. Sure. I like Primus. I don't like park shows. I only like concerts at like super small venues that have like 1,000 people max. But anyway, like this agent orchestrator stuff, I do think we need to like talk about and understand it. Eventually, there will be an abstraction that wins out. I just fucking hate being an early adopter. I can't imagine, like, I can't understand the people who've been early adopters and been burned, and then they just keep going back to early adoption. Like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Right? Like, I don't know, man. Or no, sorry, reverse. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. The thing is, you can't get fooled again. I unintentionally messed up the line. Just so I could do the George Bush quote. Fuck. I didn't even mean to do it. God damn it. All right, we're doing number 4 today. I actually do kind of want to measure, like, how many shots of whiskey can actually fit in a flask. It feels like 5, maybe 6. Like, every flask is different. This one doesn't say how many, like, milliliters it is, though. So I'll never know. But can we just point out, hold on, this flask is good. Syndicate Distillers, Single Malt Shred, Rome SDS, Vermont, USA. Single Malt Shred. I'm a bit of a Rome fanboy. I got free Rome gear for fucking years. Like, easily, like, 10 to 15 years I got free Rome gear. I'm talking board, boots, bindings, full setup. So I got a bias there. Do not buy anything on my behalf just because I say it's good. Because I don't know. I'm still riding on free gear. Like the snowboard that I ride on still, I got for free. Now it's probably like, man, like 5 years old. Yeah, it's probably like 5 years old. But snowboard tech hasn't progressed in those 5 years in a way that, like, a board is somehow, like, inferior. They just changed top sheets and fucking base graphics. That's it. But okay, so I'm going to say optimize more queries. Done. The next step, check the Postgres log for DB errors. We can look at it. I actually don't think the errors we have been having there are relevant still. Yeah, like we're already seeing, oh god, this is a log. We go to the bottom. We do have a bunch of like bullshit logs in here. And based on the fact that we're not seeing any statements like kind of like as outliers in this like fast scroll, like we would recognize a pattern change. There is one every once in a while maybe, but it's not a big deal. Dude, okay. There's too much shit on me. Yeah, no. So honestly, this log goes back way further. I don't think we actually have any of these errors anymore. Like so much so that we should probably just clear the log because it's a bunch of noise. So yeah, I think, yeah, Postgres log for DB errors. Nah, I think that one's actually just done. think that one's done. All right, let's check on this. Come on. God damn it. Dude, I might as well cancel this DoorDash bullshit. Like, I pay for the DoorDash pass. But on a consistent basis, I'm not able to order food because they don't have the express, like, option. I'm going to order my food tonight, and I'm going to cancel the fucking DoorDash pass. I'm letting them know why. Because the express option is grayed out when I actually want to order food. Shouldn't paying for DoorDash pass, like, give me that option when other people don't get it? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm fucking over it. Yeah, DoorDash. This is the second day this week that I've waited to put in my order for over an hour. Just because I don't get the express. And if I can't get the food delivered directly to me, I just don't want it. I don't want cold Indian food. No, thank you. I'd rather just stop ordering this Indian food. It's costing me too much money anyway. Like $40 for a fucking butter chicken and some naan? Come on, man. Nah. I'll just stop eating Indian food. Fuck it. It'll be a treat when I go out. Yeah, dude. Fucking DoorDash, man. Do any new queries give any logs? I mean, we looked at the log and we weren't seeing anything. Like, we didn't see any of that shit. So yeah, I think we're good there. Make sure a user can still log out when presented with that first team modal. We've definitely got bugs we need to fix, right? Let's double check this, right? Like we need to reproduce the issue. So at Gorilla, sure. Go to log in. Oh, and we end up seeing the error page underneath it. Oh. There you go, I'll beat him. Yeah, for sure. So the way I actually want to do this, instead of showing the error page, right, like underneath, what we want to do is just detect that the user doesn't have an org yet. And I want to show this form just in the page rather than as a modal. So it's at the dashboard level. This is like a front end thing. So let's shuffle things around. This is absolutely a front end thing. Hold on. Oh, yeah, sure. All right. Anyway. So this is going to be on the layout, right? So this is the big part. And yes, I broke the seal, so I do have to use the restroom. Let me just do a refresh. Can I just order some food? So the user shouldn't be able to set any of this. Did what go through? Can the ID be real but falsy, like is 0 an ID? No, we use UUIDs. No, so there's no possible like falsy ID at all, right? In how like JavaScript would interpret that stuff. Nah, there's no chance for that to fail in like an unexpected way. We're using UUIDs for everything. But shader theory, did it go through? Did what go through? Did I miss something that maybe Automod saw? You tried raiding? Oh, yeah, no, we didn't see a raid. Like, no worries. It's fine. Were you streaming from an iPad? Oh, wait, there it is. No, it went. It just hit. Yeah, you're good. Hey. Well, welcome, everybody. It just now hit. There we go. Were you streaming from an iPad? That's insane. That's insane. Something went wrong when attempting to perform the shoutout. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know. I tried. Right? Like, I'll show it on screen. I don't mind. Right? Something went wrong when attempting to perform the shoutout. Right? Like the Twitch shoutout. Yeah, I've never seen that before either. I don't know, man. And I didn't mean that, like, literally. I just, just saying. So here's the thing, shader theory, if you don't know that. When you stop your stream, it doesn't automatically trigger the raid to transfer. So you need to wait for like the raid timer to tick down. So I don't know if you did that part yet. But yeah, like the semantics or like the process of a raid is tricky. So when you click the raid button, right, and you do that, there's this like thing that shows in your chat where you need to click like the raid now button. If you don't click that raid now button and you just end stream, it waits until the timer ends. And I've actually leveraged that myself when I'm raiding from my gaming stream into this one. So I've actually been able to raid myself before. I will trigger the raid from my gaming stream. That's fine. I'm just letting you know how that works. I've triggered a raid from my gaming stream, left without clicking the raid now button, started this stream, and then like 30 seconds later, my gaming stream raids into my own stream. So maybe it's a feature instead of a bug. I don't know. Yeah. So just saying, you can raid yourself if you time that stuff right. But yeah, have a good night. Thank you for rating. Appreciate it. Thank you again for the follow. I would appreciate if you keep the follow. If I keep seeing that like you do the follow then unfollow thing, I do consider that kind of an issue, but just I want to be forthright with that so that you know. I know I hinted at it earlier, but we've had other people do that stuff. And it feels spammy at that point. So So I just wanted to let you know. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. Thank you. And maybe, sure. I remember you came in and chatted the other day, and I, thought we were good. I don't remember if you had followed at that point. So because I didn't remember, I just felt like I would say it, just to let you know. That's all. We've just had another person who's done the follow, and then somehow within the next day they unfollow, and then they follow again the next time they come in, and they went through that chain 5 or 6 times to where I'm over it and I just banned them. Yeah, that person was a weirdo for sure. I'm not saying that you were doing that. I'm just letting you know that it takes a few times for it to be a pattern. So I wasn't necessarily saying you're already getting a warning. I was just going to let you know ahead of time, warning before the warning, a pre-warning, a lighthearted warning, a warning that doesn't actually impact anything. It's not like a strike system. So anyway, have a good night. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Everyone coming in from the raid, self-hosted compiler development. You're doing some hand coding, making a thing called Inklang. Well, now I want to know what Inklang is. So Shader Theory, if you're still there, do you have a link for Inklang? Because now I'm curious. And if you already left, no big deal. But I am actually curious about what Inklang is. Yeah. Info instead of warning. Absolutely. Yeah. Scrody knows. Yeah, Scrody knows. As far as console goes, it was more of even a log, not even a console.info. It was a console.log. I was just saying it. It wasn't even an info. That's too rigorous. Nah, it was way more just chill. It was a log statement more than anything. It was not a warning. It wasn't an error. Yeah, for sure. So, Albetum, you think that making sure users can still log out when presented with the first team modal, well, it's also a feature instead of a bug, so let's mark it as completed. No. We want to fix this. Because what if someone just logs in with the wrong email because they forgot, right? They should be able to do that without having to go to DevTools. Absolutely, dude. For sure. So, to me, the fix is not make the logout button apparent or add it somewhere or something. No, instead this form should just be part of the page, and you shouldn't be able to see any other page data until you've created a team, and we should have that as a paragraph somewhere, right? And technically the warning I think works, but it should be part of the page data, and it's actually easy if we do that. If we scroll down, we can see where children is somewhere, right? Right, before we get to the footer, before the server error part, children's in here somewhere. And it's basically either the form or children. And that's an easy fix. So that's the fix that we're going to do. I think that's a better fix than what I was thinking, where I don't know, maybe the header just lives above the fucking backdrop or some shit. That sounds super hacky and gross. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to replace the page content with the form that you need to fill out. And hey, DoorDash finally is going to let me do the straight to me thing. Finally, motherfucker. Yeah, and 10% on a DoorDash tip that's literally 3 blocks away. I think that counts. So yeah, let's do that. And I meet them out on the road. They don't have to like bring it up to me and all that shit. Like, for sure. I'm eating half of their tip via convenience. Like, they don't even have to get out of their car most of the time. If they just roll up and hand it to me through the door or through the window, that's got to account for a portion of their tip, right? Instead of having to go through like the maze of the apartment complex. So yeah, boom, food ordered, Indian food on the way. It'll probably be like a half hour at least till it gets here. I do just have to go pee because I broke the seal. So give me a sec while I do that, and we're gonna do the fix of like replacing the content of the page with this create team thing. Because if you don't have any teams, none of this other shit fucking matters. Now, is there a specific page where we should not do that? Probably user settings. If you want to delete your account before creating a team, I get it. We should allow that. I think GDPR would enforce that. So we should do that. But let me just go pee because I broke the seal. I'll be right back. BRB. Alrighty, so I'm back. The express button is now available. I actually pressed the button to order. The food is on the way. They're preparing the order. They're saying it'll be on time between 7:57 and 8:12 p.m. Yeah. And I don't know if that's like anatomically accurate, but it definitely feels that way, doesn't it? Like if you just don't go to the restroom, you don't have to go all night. But if you go once, you're going to have to go again, right? Up to a point. There is something to the effect of your body's able to reabsorb moisture from the bladder. And I don't know that's anatomically correct, but I do have anecdotal evidence of people that have served in like, you know, like people that lived in the desert, or I had a friend who drove tanks in Iraq during like, you know, that early 2000s bullshit. He came back from that, and like he was a snowboard bum. He lived in a Volkswagen van. I lived in my fucking my Chevy Astro. No, not an Astro. It was a GMC Safari, right? We were both like van buddies in the parking lot at Mount Hood during the summer. But this was one of the stories he told. Like, you would totally have to go pee, right? Like, you would just have this feeling of like, man, I gotta piss, like real bad. And then you walk out into that fucking like desert to go pee, and then all of a sudden you don't have to pee anymore because your body's like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna reuse that water. That said, if you don't keep hydrating and go pee, that's how you get like kidney stones and shit. Right? Because like you just start, like you keep accumulating like the stuff that's in your bladder that you're trying to like pee out anyway. You know, like minerals and vitamins and shit. So I have heard, again, this is purely anecdotal. I don't have it. I'm not a doctor. Not a doctor. That yes, even then, if you keep like drinking water just enough and then go out to the desert and don't have to pee anymore because your body reuses it, if you don't go pee often enough, that's how you get kidney stones. I don't know if that's actually the mechanism. That's what I've heard. And nobody wants a kidney stone. Like, nightmare material. But let me get more music going. But yeah, water is underrated. Honestly, water and whiskey is kind of underrated too. You like a whiskey? Water it down really heavily, and then you can just like sip on it and like appreciate every single subtle note of it. It's actually kind of nice. All right, this is just a single song, but it's a good one. Hey, Monobrain Chris. Dude, thank you for the follow. For some reason, I thought you were already following. And Data Matzo. Hold on. Datomasu? How do I pronounce your name? Could you like break it down by syllables and maybe do a little bit of the phonetic stuff for me? Is Datomasu correct? And if it isn't correct, let me know how to do it better. As a person with the last name Griffing, right, with a G at the end, I'm a little particular about pronouncing people's names right. Am I bummed when someone calls me Griffin instead of Griffing? It doesn't bother me. De Tomaso. They made the Pantera car? Like the band Pantera? Are you talking to me? sorry. That's like the one Pantera lyric I remember. Walk. Are you talking to me? Sorry, that's all I can think of when I think Pantera. My bad. I know Gates of Hell is a good one. Like there's a lot of good songs, but for some reason, for me, Pantera is that one lyric. Are you talking to me? It's like, yeah, like I can't get it out of my head now. Hold on. I don't know what you mean. Pantera car? Oh, I get it now. I'm thinking about the band. Sorry, I didn't even know this was a thing. I feel like I've probably seen it in movies, but there is absolutely a GTA car modeled after this. For sure. I think it was probably in Vice City, right? Yeah, just say like the band. Like, no. De Tomaso, like, is not related to the band whatsoever. When you said, like, the Pantera car, I started picturing something like the Dragula from, like, Rob Zombie. Pantera had a car? Does it look like the Dragula? Shit. Huh. Picture me, a 90s metalhead, not knowing about the Pantera car. So yeah, this is definitely a car in Vice City, for sure. Like, I recognized it. If I end up just saying, like, Tommaso, is that okay? And if I'm feeling froggy, I might call you, like, Tommy. What up, Tommy? We got other people we call Tommy, so I'll probably call you Tommaso, if that's okay. Thinking about the GT40, that's a Ford. And yeah, the Ford GT40, like, I recognize that. No, I could have sworn there was, like, this car in Vice City. I will admit they do look similar, so I could be mixing them up. You're totally right. I could be mixing them up. I do feel like it's in Vice City, though. But yeah, the GT40 is like a separately, like, classic vehicle. I feel like it's wider. But a lot of that stuff doesn't translate into the games anyway, so who knows? Hold on, we can just ask the internet. Fuck it, Gemini knows, right? Is the De Tommaso Pantera in GTA Vice City? No. The game does have a sports car that evokes its style. Yep. So heavily inspired by the Pantera GT5. So yes, like, technically it is. It is in the game, right? But, you know, GTA being smart, why pay royalties? And instead you can just, like, copy the homework and change it a little. Oh, it's actually part of, like, the latest version of it. Like, it wasn't in there originally? Yeah, so I probably wasn't thinking about this anyway. I was thinking about some other car anyway. They could have just called it the Tommy. Oh, it was a mod. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have remembered that. So, nah, I never modded GTA. Like, any of the GTAs, so that's not it. See, I must have been thinking of the GT40 then. You're probably right. But okay, so let's do this. Let's fix this for the user. I mean, I only played GTA Vice City on PlayStation. Like, PS2. Yeah, GTA 3, Vice City. I think even San Andreas I only played on console. It wasn't until GTA 5 that I played on PC. And even then, I think the original version of GTA 5 I played on console as well. Because I didn't have, like, a good enough PC, or I didn't want to wait for it. I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. I played GTA 5 on console because I didn't want to wait for the game to come out on PC. Mine was a Nintendo. GTA 6, they're going to have some mods built in. I mean, they're still going to do the fucking console release first, right? That shit kind of bums me out. All right, so this one's for science. I don't necessarily need it, and I could have gone without it. But this one's for science. I'm trying to figure out how many shots fit in my flask. That's like 1.5. All right, so 5.5 shots fit in this flask. That's good enough. Ooh, but I do need more water. All right, give me a sec. Water time. Give me a sec. Oh, shit. Someone's going to pick up my order already? It was the Countach? Yeah, maybe. That might have been what I was thinking of. I could have easily just been thinking of the GT40 like you thought from another game. All right, damn. So driver is already picking up my order. So we may be wrapping up before we can finish this feature. But we at least like know what we want to do, and I can start, yeah, we can start fiddling with it. So has server error versus not has server error. And then this is the part. So we need to track a bit of state. Currently, the state that we're tracking is whether we're showing this team dialog. When instead, it should turn into whether we're showing the form for this dialog, right? Like, instead of a dialog, it's just the form, and it takes the place of the page in general. And we need to determine if we should show the create team form. Do we think GTA 6 will release this year? I mean, if they are planning it, it'll be around Christmas time. For sure. Like, yeah. God, what was I watching? Hold on. We were watching this show called, or this movie called My Blue Heaven. It's Steve Martin and Rick Moranis. Steve Martin plays a like a mobster who's in the witness protection program, and Rick Moranis plays the FBI agent assigned to like set him up in the witness protection program. And there's some joke where, and like one of the female leads is Joan Cusack. Like that's the love interest of Rick Moranis in the film. There's a bit where she's grilling him about Thanksgiving, right? She's grilling Steve Martin's like Italian mobster character about Thanksgiving. And he's like, no, Thanksgiving's big in Italy. And she's like, I've been to Italy. It's not big in Italy. Where'd you go? Right? Where'd you go in Italy? He's like, Florence. She's like, yeah, Florence. Did you go to Sicily? No. Well, in Sicily, right? Thanksgiving's big in Italy, right? Because all the people from Sicily that came to the U.S. and then got kicked out, they really enjoy the holiday. Like, but keep in mind, he's a bullshit artist. You can't believe anything he's fucking saying. He's such a liar. So like, it's tough. You know, like, well, yeah, those people in Sicily, they came to America, they loved it, and then they got kicked out. And they brought Thanksgiving back with them. It's so good. So yeah, my food's picked up already. Damn, man, this guy's killing it. This is one of the fastest they've ever been. So our plan for tomorrow, actually then, leaving off. That is what we're going to do on Thursday when we come back to this channel. I'll be over on gaming tonight, and I'll be on gaming tomorrow too, like later in the day. I'll also be on the Get Kraken channel, and I'll probably do an announcement like on the Discord announcements channel tomorrow. I'll tag everyone. I know it's rare, but I'll do it. I'll do an everyone tag. Because, you know, let's hype up the Get Kraken channel while I build out this thing. And then, like, after I do some stuff on stream for that, we got some guests and other things. So, yeah, it should be fun. But, who do we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? Slyborg's on? Yeah, let's go raid Slyborg. Yeah, she was just in here earlier. Ooh, Zayu's going too, though? I feel like we raided Zayu somewhat recently, but there's only 9 people in Zayu's. Slyborg's good shit, though. We're gonna go raid Zayu. Zayu just doesn't stream that much. Yeah, let's go raid Zayu. We are going to raid Slyborg again here at some point, but let's go raid Zayu. So it'll be a quick one. We're going to raid into Zayu Dev's stream. They're doing some AT-Proto PotatoNet.dev stuff. I don't even know what that is. Let's go say hi. Yeah, My Blue Heaven is fun. It's like a good like 80s film. Maybe early 90s. But yeah, I'll be over on my gaming channel. If y'all don't know my gaming channel, I'll be there tonight. Probably just going to be chilling, but I might play some games. And, yeah, you know, I'll see some of y'all tomorrow on the gaming channel or the Get Kraken channel. And I'll see the rest of y'all on this channel on Thursday. But my food's being delivered, and I don't want it to get cold. So I'm going to click these buttons as quick as I can. YouTube, thank y'all for